Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Chat? Have you seen the leakers? Artifact presets? Surely they will actually be presets and not just another thing that they call presets or loadouts or whatever that is just an entirely different thing altogether, right? 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 Hello! Good morning, chat. How are you? Early stream Ape check. I actually slept pretty well. I fell asleep early yesterday. I didn't want to fall asleep early. I fell asleep accidentally and I actually slept well. It's kind of wild. I didn't expect that. It's been a while since that happened, honestly. Can you stop being handsome? No, I can't help it. I'm too handsome and talented and humble and smart. Eloquent. Did I mention humble? True. Okay, also, alright? Apparently, the starting with 0 energy thing was real? Dude, it's so cooked! It's so cooked. It's awful. You know what the worst part is? There's like only one team in the whole game that can do a proper rotation starting without bursts, and it's gonna be SKIRK. Cause like, if you do like SKIRK, Citlali, Farina, Escoffier, right? You can get Escoffier's damage, Farina's skill, and Citlali's buffs without needing any of your bursts. And SKIRK doesn't care about energy. So all you're missing out on is your Farina burst first rotation, which isn't that big of a deal. It's a lot less of a like problem than not having your Bennett or Janssen buff in Chevreuse teams. Although to be fair, you probably can if you're doing like Verissa, you probably can get your Janssen burst from 0 energy.
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them.
And same for Bennett, actually. SKIRK IR is 0.1, by the way. What the fuck? That character does not sound balanced, man. Holy shit. That mean running SFN closer to 200 ER rather than 150? No. It just means you skip burst first rotation. If you're skipping Farina burst, there's no reason why you'd need the Escoffier burst. And like, by default, Farina burst on your first rotation isn't that good anyways. Because you haven't consumed any HP, so you don't really heal. Right? Farina burst only starts being actually like significant from the second rotation onwards. It works first rotation on the second chamber, but on the first chamber, it's a little... Isn't the higher the better? No. So the way that resistance to interruption works in Genshin is that it multiplies incoming stagger damage. which means that if it's a smaller number, it will reduce it more. Or like Raiden has 0 in her burst.
I see the value in my
It multiplies incoming stagger damage by 0, so it makes it 0. 0.1 divides it by 10.
to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
It's not exactly 0, but 0.1, almost nothing is gonna stagger you. I don't think there's anything else at 0.1. Since it was like 0.50? No, since it was 0.3, I think. Anyways. So we still can't go back to our artifact domain because we need to do a couple more days of bossing. That's okay. A little amuse-bouche.
Let the mighty be humble. Bow your head.
Did you see the TGS video about SKIRK? No. You might watch that today. 4. We haven't gotten 4 a single time on this boss. I like that you can do the whole setup without, oops, alright, first. That you can do your whole setup without needing your mouse, so I can fucking sip my coffee while doing my setup. Oh. Ooh, we've got a lazurite. A Varunata lazurite. That's crazy. What's that? Is that the guy's video? Yeah, it is. We got 3. We got a pre-log, but it's not good. Bro, when is she gonna say goose on the loose? I feel like I'm being cheated. I'm being cheated out of the goose on the loose, man. My goat. Can someone make a D's nuts on, but goose on the loose? True. Oh man. Boy. But yeah, we're gonna do a bunch of DC today. We're gonna do SKIRK DC, but we're also gonna do new endgame DC because it's actually been confirmed that we start with 0 energy, which is fucking awful, but it is going to significantly impact how characters feel to play. So we're gonna have to talk a lot about that. Your energy in Abyss? No, in the new mode. We'll record SKIRK video. We might record a SKIRK video today, yeah. First impressions. Actually, should we watch TGS's video first?
Guys, SKIRK info is finally out. We knew this character was coming ever since her silhouette was first teased around 5 months ago, and since then she's been the most hyped upcoming character without a doubt. In this video I will explain what she does and I will estimate how good she is based on what we currently know. So, SKIRK is a cryo 5-star character, and to be more specific, she's a main DPS. Her ascension stat is crit damage and she comes with high base attack. In this regard, she's pretty similar to Ayaka. In terms of her kit characteristics, I think SKIRK is pretty unique, in that she might be the most restrictive main DPS when it comes to team building. For starters, she gets huge damage multiplier increases from her passive when either cryo or hydro characters deal damage up to 3 times. Just like for Nouvelette was a similar passive, one character can only grant SKIRK a single.
Imagine playing Mika in a SKIRK team and missing your E so you lose out on your stack because Mika's only form of cryo damage and his whole kit is his E. Bro, wait, wouldn't that be fucking hilarious? Oh.
Stack of this, so you'll need a full cryo and hydro team to reach the highest multiplier increase.
What about his burst? Mika's burst does not do damage. It's like Barbara's burst.
When her team is solely composed of cryo and hydro characters, she increases the whole team's elemental skill talent level by 1. This not only helps her, as we'll see later in the video, but also other potential teammates like Furina, Shenhe, and naturally the recent—
Okay, also, chat, is there a chance that she starts with full Serpent Subtlety? Like, I feel like she might. Because it's kind of like Fighting Spirit, and Malika starts with full Fighting Spirit. And if she does, that means your first rotation gets an extra 6,000 motion value for free. So, like, yeah. 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 You have a special place in— Hold your horses, 6,000? Yep. Yeah, that's a whole ass Ayaka rotation on top of her rotation. Doesn't the burst share a cooldown? Okay, you're not gonna get the 20 damage % for your normal attacks that you're supposed to get from the burst. Oh no. Who cares, dude? That's worth gaining 6,000 motion value.
released Escoffier. As far as the rest of her kit goes, it's pretty simple honestly, but it presents some interesting characteristics as well. Much the last passive I highlighted—
No, from teammates? What do you mean? You do your setup, then you use Kirk's burst, and then you use her skill. That's it. I wonder if you do her hold if it goes on cooldown immediately. Because if so, maybe you could do sack SKIRK. Wait, no, the hold doesn't do damage. Never mind. It won't work. It won't work. I'm trying to cook too much, man. I'm trying to cook too much. It's yeah, okay.
A big chunk of her damage comes from her elemental skill. By using the skill, she enters—
But you lose her set? Buddy. Her set is worthless. Her set is worse than Marie-Chaussée. The only reason to use her set is if you need to use a crit rate weapon. And you overcap on Marie-Chaussée. You can also just use Blizzard Sprayer. But I feel like you might as well just use Marie-Chaussée because it's so close behind and it's a lot better against unfreezable enemies.
A special stance where her normal attacks deal significantly more damage. Also, she gains some points called Serpent Subtlety, which she consumes during the stance duration. It's not perfectly clear how these points affect her stance duration yet, because the skill description says it lasts for 12 seconds and a half. What
Your verdict on
is
C1? Okay, I think C1 is worse than I gave it credit for initially, because the charge attacks are so dog shit, you don't want to do charge attacks, and that's what you need to do to claim the rifts. To like completely capitalize on C1.
that she consumes these points.
Does SKIRK have any huge attack buffs? Wouldn't Vermilion be amazing on her? Vermilion is pretty good, but it's still worse than Marie-Chaussée because it's just less stats.
To maintain the skill active, but it can't go further than 12 seconds and a half. Her normal attack multipliers are very high during the stance, and with the additional increase from her passive, they become pretty easily the best in the game in this sense.
You gotta keep in mind, she actually benefits from the 2-piece on Marie-Chaussée, unlike Xiao.
Even additional increase from her passive, they become pretty easily the best in the game in this sense, even better than Arlecchino's normal attacks with Bundle Life. Based on the animations I've seen, these normal attacks have okayish range, but it's not really impressive, so she should be a character that performs best in single target situations, like a boss killing. Anyway, before I move on and talk about her burst, it's important to highlight her first passive. By triggering cryo-related reactions, the team can create on the field some objects called void rifts, and up to 3 can exist at the same time. SKIRK can absorb these objects in different ways, and at a base level they only grant her more Serpent Subtlety points. Now, about her burst, this is the interesting part of her kit. It consumes no energy, so it works similarly to how Mavuika's burst works. Differently from Mavuika, however, SKIRK's burst has 2 versions, just like her student child. For the first version, it can only be used if she's not in the elemental skill stance and if she has at least 50 Serpent Subtlety points. This will deal some good damage and additionally gain multiplier increases depending on how many stacks above 50 SKIRK has at the moment she activated it. On the opposite, the second version can only be used while the elemental skill stance is active. It will consume no points, but seemingly also won't deal any damage. Instead, it will absorb the void rifts in range and grant SKIRK a normal attack damage bonus depending on how many have been absorbed. It might seem odd that this version of the burst deals no damage, but it makes sense if you look at her signature artifact set. This set grants the holder normal and burst damage bonuses, but it will deactivate the normal damage bonus when their burst deals damage, and vice versa. Basically, if this version of the burst dealt damage, it will make the artifact set pretty much unusable for her. Based on this and how her burst has 2 versions, something that jumps out is that SKIRK has 2 playstyles, one that revolves around her normal attack damage and one burst nuker based with the first version of the burst. Honestly, for the second playstyle, the mechanics are a bit vague at the moment, so I don't want to talk about it too much, rather I want to focus on the first playstyle more. Based on the animation timings I've seen and some calcs I've made, what I can say is that at the current state of things, SKIRK's damage is pretty great, but not off the charts. Her normal attack multipliers are massive, but this is balanced by the fact her special burst deals no damage. Honestly, in terms of singular damage output, she's roughly at the same level as most Natlan DPSs and is considerably below what Mavuika can do in a melt team.
Yeah, that's fair, right? Which means that if Escoffier didn't exist, SKIRK would be balanced.
However, in a way it's hard to compare, because between characters like Escoffier, Furina, Yelan, SKIRK has plenty of great sub-DPSs at their disposal, so maybe developers are balancing things out this way. By the way it looks now, it seems to me SKIRK is potentially a considerable Hayaka upgrade in terms of damage, but with much more ease of use. This is good, but not surprisingly good, especially considering how restrictive her kit is and and they're reliant on a specific character which I'll go over in a bit. Note that this could change in a good way for her if more favorable combo assumptions become realistic upon more showcases dropping. Before I move on, let me remind you that if you enjoy my channel but you haven't subbed yet, please consider doing so because it really makes me notice your support. The character she relies on is obviously Escoffier. Most cryo DPSs now rely on Escoffier to reach their highest theoretical performance, but this is much more blatant with SKIRK. The reason is that SKIRK, by herself, has things in her kit that limit her to Hydro and Cryo teammates only, meaning you can't replace Escoffier with Kazo or Shilonen like you can do with the others. This brings two problems. The first is that Escoffier is one of the only two characters available that can reduce cryo resistance on opponents, the other one being Shenhe, that is a 5-star character. The second, maybe more noticeable one, is that the characters that can replace her in terms of healing have none of her offensive value, like for example Charlotte, who's just massively weaker in comparison. So if you replace her with one of those, Fiorina's value on the team also drops significantly. As a result, we have a character that performs quite great when Escoffier is on her team, and a bit underwhelming when she isn't. Her drop-off with no Escoffier is large.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. I will say though, I think it's possible to do TTD as Charlotte in this team. I do think that ER is reachable with the double 5. It'll be tight though.
Larger than other cryo DPSs, which makes sense because, as I said before, the others get access to more meta-efficient replacements, as well as being able to fit more naturally on other types of archetypes, like melt teams. And this, to me, is the true disappointing part about her kit at the moment. Like, I can understand that her ceiling is not Mavuika level, because that's way high, but her over-reliance on not only a specific archetype, but a specific character.
I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh!
Makes the pill a bit harder to swallow. At their best, she should be in that top 3 DPS
Guards.
conversation, competing with characters like Nouvellette and Bereza.
Hey, guards! Okay.
But compared to SKIRK, these two have much more team flexibility and won't drop off a cliff nearly in the same way by replacing any of their teammates with the next best in line. Honestly, if you don't use Escoffier with her, it's probably worth to replace Fiorina as well and go with a lineup like Yelan, Shenhe and Citlali, with
This seems higher than it should be. Also, lol W. 5 sword Yelan based.
Citlali being there to buff the team damage bonus through Cinder City. Even then, it doesn't look very good, however. So, there you have it. As it currently stands, SKIRK is a good character, but maybe a bit below expectations to me, considering the hype around her and her overall kit design, the main reason being team building related, of course. And with this, I'm done for today. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to subscribe, and bye bye.
Alright. Let me close this, open up a new... Alright. Okay, so... Let me open up... Is Kirk stuff on Amber yet? Yeah. Big. Alright. So, chat. Here's what we're gonna do. First, I want to look at what's gonna happen if, at least in Abyss, she starts with full Serpent Subtlety. Thank you for the gifted, Anonymous. Okay, so 359 plus. Honestly, we're going Eshu. I want to look at the Sitlali team first. Because the Sitlali team is probably better if this is happening, huh? But I guess Eshu's not that good for the burst stuff, huh? Okay, never mind. Fuck the Eshu. We're going Finale. Shenhe is garbage? Yeah, Shenhe is just outright worse than Sitlali for her, I think. 40 damage percent and 48% attack is just outright significantly better than what Shenhe provides. Anyways, 27.6, 24, 46.6. 20% from subs, 20% from TOM on Farina. But Iskofi's probably still on Golden True. So if we're going Sitlali, we're only getting that as external attack. Oh yeah, we also have TTDS, huh? But it's not full uptime. So let's say 40%. Alright, damage percent. First rotation, we don't have full Farina. Like, we have a little bit less fanfare. Let's say, like, 180 average. Actually, no. For the normal attack, we have, like, probably 220 average. We have 15 from Marie-José. We have the Goblet. We have 40 from Sitlali. That's it. Because the first rotation doesn't use the mini burst. Yeah. And then for this one, we have a little bit less fanfare. And we don't have the two-piece Marie-José. Then crit value, 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6, and 36 times 2, and 15 times 2. Yeah. Effective attack, normal attack. Okay. Then motion value normal attack. For this one, because you don't do the burst inside skill, you actually get a couple more normals. I'll assume you get to N4 on the 4th combo. Well, actually, no, you still have to do 1 charge attack instead, so maybe not. Let's still assume N3. But we do 2 charge attacks instead of 1. Okay, so normal attack equal 1.7 times 4 times 262.6 plus 236.8 plus 149.7 times 2 plus 3 times 159.2 times 2 plus 388.7 plus 88.1 times 3 times 2. Yeah. Motion value Q. 234.8 times 5 plus 391.3 plus 28.26 times 12 times 6 times 1.6. Yeah, alright, sure. And then second rotation, you get 20% more. You get a bit more fanfare average. You get 1 less. One less charge attack, and you don't get this. So if she starts with full Serpent Subtlety, her first rotation is just 50% more damage. Yeah. Yeah, that seems fair. Why would she? Because Maoika starts with full Fighting Spirit. With a times 6 on the burst? Because there's 6 hits. So the Serpent Subtlety bonus that applies to each hit hits 6 times. Isn't it capped to 12? Yeah, 12 stacks of this on each of the 6 hits. That's why it's times 12 times 6. $90k team DPS? No, this is personal DPS on a team that has Escoffier and Farina. Yeah. It is possible that she doesn't start with full Serpent Subtlety, though. Like the first proper SKIRK combo showcase? I'll take a look, yeah. Okay, so it seems like by default... Oh. Why is the volume defaulting to that? Whatever. It seems like by default, the 12.5 seconds is enough to do 4 and 5s, but because when you don't have fucking private server infinite energy glitch, you need to do a charge attack to regain your Serpent Subtlety. You probably end up with 3 and 5s, 1 and 3. I think that's pretty reasonable. Although, the end lag on that N5 seems pretty long, so it might be dash cancelable to cheat out a bit more. But I think for now, we'll keep doing 3 and 5s, 1 and 3. And I think it's a pretty reasonable assumption. And it might be, you might be able to do more. Yeah. Okram tweeted this. Looks like best team for Nevilet and SKIRK. We'll be playing them together, doing 2 SKIRK bursts. Which I think is an interesting idea. I talked about it very shortly a couple days ago, right? It's like Ayaka Burst Bod. I mean, it's like Ayaka Burst Bod, but SKIRK's burst is better than Ayaka's burst. So... Anyways, I am kind of curious about how it would calc Nevilet, Escoffier, SKIRK, Farina. The problem is I'm not sure what exactly the rotations would look like. Probably like Nevilet, skill, Farina skill burst, Escoffier skill burst, SKIRK skill burst, Nevilet charge attack, skill charge attack, burst, Escoffier skill, SKIRK skill, Nevilet 2 charge attacks, start over. That's probably it. Something like that. TDS Nevilet is wild. No, because you don't get TDS to SKIRK, so it's not very good. Anyways, let's do a quick calc on this. So SKIRK is what, 359 plus 359 plus 565, 27.6, 24. That's a weapon. 46.6. That's Sans. What set would you give her on this team? Emblem? No. Emblem isn't very good. Noblesse? No shot. She does too much damage. Marshall say, meh. Signature set? It's probably a signature set angle, actually. You're right. So, in that case, it's probably Cryo or Attack Goblet. 20% in subs, 20% from TOM. Flat attack, 350 plus... I'm just gonna fucking say 216, whatever, man. Total attack. Actually, it might not be Kroggle with Finale. Whatever. Damage percent, normal attack. It doesn't matter because she doesn't do any. Damage percent Q. 75% from the set. Farina. Probably 250 average, sure. What else? Is that it for damage percent? Actually? It might be. Yeah, it is. Also, we probably don't go TOM in this team. Okay, Prowl Goblet is definitely going to be better then. $98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6, 30. Okay, motion value. Burst. Actually, you just copy this, right? You do it twice. So 40k DPS on this team. From just using her burst. Alright, Escoffier. 347. Attack percent. Wait, no. 347 plus. We definitely don't need Fav here. Because it's 2 skill Escoffier. Do you have the charge attack for the energy generation? No. Holding the skill absorbs the ones on field as well. So you're fine. Does the second burst get Farina bonus? Yeah, it does. Because you use it 15 seconds after the first one, and Farina's bonus is 18 seconds duration. So you've got 3 seconds of wiggle room. So if you do Nivedet into Escoffier, into Farina, into SKIRK, which I guess is what you should do anyway, so spawn rifts. You do Farina burst into SKIRK, like skill burst, which means you're kind of vibing. I guess you probably do Escoffier before Nivedet now that I think about it. No, because you got an Escoffier burst after Farina, huh? It might be a little tight. I think it's doable, but it might be a little tight. Oh well. I should have known not to break. I should have known Not to give in. All right. Escoffier. Okay, attack percent. We get Sands, Deathmatch, Goblet, Substats. Her skill is gonna have 70% from Golden Troop, an average of about 160 fanfare, because 18 out of 30 seconds, 18 out of 30 hits are gonna have Farina first, but 12 won't. And the ones that do have it aren't going to be averaged maxed out. So around 160 is probably reasonable. Then we have this quick swap, SKIRK burst with Nebulette. Yep. What else do we have for damage percent? Is that it? Yeah, that is it. Then crit value. Maybe it's a 2 Farina burst team. But that means Infinity or Farina. So I don't know about that. Pretty much, yeah. 216. 90.7 times 2. 60.5 times 2. And the burst. Alright. Then Farina. $15,307 HP percent. Like this. What's up, Limbo? Yeah. Low is automodded. Okay. Damage percent skill on Farina is gonna be 70% from Golden Troop, 28% from her passive. And she's gonna have an average of about 150 fanfare on her skill damage. And that's it. And then the burst damage doesn't have any of this shit. Actually, just outright 0. It's crazy. Crit value, we have Festering. So, plus 24. Also, we got plus 32 on this. So. Alright, motion value. Gonna be talent level 10. And it's a 30-second rotation. You did TOM? No, I initially did TOM, but I removed it. It's not TOM anymore. Okay, how many hits happen in total on 30-second Farina? I'm not sure. I need to count them. It should be 19 or 20, but I'm not sure exactly on the fucking seahorse. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. It's 18. Okay. I'm gonna do this so I don't have to worry about the rest. Now we count the other one. I feel like it should be more than 18. Am I an idiot? Eh, whatever, man. I'll count them again. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. He was out of range! What? I'm gonna go against a boss that doesn't teleport away. Classic Farina experience, true. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
I want to go home.
He teleported. Why did he teleport? What the fuck? Look at this. What's that?
And basically,
Ain't no fucking way you're telling me to look at. Nah. This is supposedly 29.6, but it sure as fuck didn't look like 20. Yeah, let's just go to Masanori. Masanori is stationary enough, hopefully. Oh yeah, I can just do next to a torch. You're so smart. You're actually a genius. You're actually so fucking smart. Where can I find a torch? Lizard Sprayer domain? Right. But I'm gonna freeze to death because I'm putting out the torch. Well, whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 18. It's a total of 18, and I'm glad I double checked. Alright, we look at the next one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. 8. Alright, what about the big one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 18, 8, 6. So the only one that was right in the video you sent me was the Mademoiselle Cabaletta. The other two were wrong. Expecting accurate information from, yeah, I mean, alright, so, equal to 1.4 times 18 times 5.82 plus 8 times 10.73 plus 6 times 14.92 plus 14.2.
Boring. Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
19.4. Alright. Finally, we have Neuvillette. $14,695. HP percent. I guess we go HP Goblet. Yeah. Seems fine.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered.
What weapon do we go? Actually, let's just go Proto Ember. No, Proto Ember is such a waste in a team like this, though. Because you probably have 0 ER requirements even without it. Actually, no. Does SKIRK's hold E doesn't generate energy, right? Cooked. Okay, maybe Proto Ember is the play then. How many is it? 41.3, yeah. Anyways, damage percent for charge attack is gonna be 15 from Marie-Chaussée, 46.6 from Goblet, around like 28 from his passive. Right, because it maxes at 30, but you don't have the full thing. Probably an average of 200 fanfare. Because there's some charge attacks that are happening post fanfare drop off. What other sources of damage percent are there? Is that it? That is it, yeah. And then for non-charge attack damage, you don't have this. But that's it. Although, actually, probably higher average of fanfare. And we don't have this either. So, right? Crit value. is going to be the same as Kirk, but plus 36 times 2. Motion value for charge attacks. 13.45 times 8 times 4 times 1.1. Yep. Skill damage. 23.16 times 2. Burst damage. 37.84 plus 15.48 times 2. He's getting out DPS by SKIRK. Ah! Oh, that's so funny. This is about as good as Kirk's carry teams. It's better than the DPS of Nevilet's current carry teams. Chat, I want you to close your eyes here, okay? Is Kirk hitting that DPS from just burst? Yeah, Skirk's burst is kind of fucking insane. It's 6,000 motion value. $6K, yeah. It's like a little bit under 4K, but it's times 1.6. Because of her passive. Stop. How much HP from TDDS again? Is it 36.9? 35.2. Damage percent. Fuck you, Zajef? Yeah. That's fair. That's fair, honestly. This is probably 2 bursts per rotation Molani, right? No, it isn't. Sorry, you can't stop this. It seems like TTDS Cinder City Molani is slightly better than Nevilet in this team. Try TTDS Nevilet. Yeah, you could, probably. Right? 35.9. Okay. Maybe this is better, but you have to change your rotations for it, and I don't know if this is actually doable. But I guess on a 30-second rotation, you have more wiggle room for when to use your Nevidet skill, so it's not the end of the world if you don't open your rotation with it, huh? Yeah, that's probably fine. As a carry, what percentage of SKIRK's damage is her normal attacks? All of it. She has to choose between burst and normal attack. That being said, if she starts with full Serpent Subtlety in Abyss, like Malika starts with full Fighting Spirit, her first rotation gets both the burst and the normal attack, so it just does like 50% more damage for no reason. Funny how I talked about Mona 15 minutes ago and people laughed at me. Buddy, Mona's outright significantly worse than Molani. You need to understand, okay? Molani gives you, like, Cinder City Molani gives you almost as much as Mona's whole fucking kit. But on top of that, she's not nearly as ER hungry, and she also does fucking 16k personal DPS. Like, trust me, we are still laughing at the Mona suggestion. Exercise redeem. Alright. Isn't the Milani rotation shorter than 30 seconds? How are you doing 2 abilities with a 15-second cooldown in less than 30 seconds? This is a 2-burst SKIRK rotation. You show a proper Nividet Farina SKIRK Lolly rotation? Sure.
If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to.
I kind of like this boss as a testing dummy, honestly. It might die before the end of it, but all you're gonna miss out on is charge attack animation. Yeah, this is what I've been doing.
Let the world fly! A little elusive. At first,
The tides beckon. Silence! Bow your head.
That's that. No seed lolly burst? Why would you seed lolly burst? What's the upside? Has good scaling? No, it doesn't. Like, you wouldn't use Escoffier's burst if it didn't heal, and it's got similar scaling. Why do you swap back to see Lally Fav proc? It's an optional swap though, you don't have to do it. Like if you got see Lally Sig or some shit.
pinnacle of excellence.
Be sanctified. Settle down.
It's just that you have time to afford doing it, right?
Silence.
Oh my god, what the fuck is that?
When the tide comes in, I shall return.
I want to talk about it. How long is this rotation? About 25 seconds. It's doable. You can do a, like, 24-second rotation if you do it perfectly. But I've been assuming 25. I mean, since we already swapped back to Sitlali to do a normal attack, you could swap back to Sitlali and use your burst there. It'll probably be pretty similar. It's just that Sitlali's burst is so fucking dog shit that there's not much of an upside to using it.
Show no mercy. A burst of flavor.
Oh, I died, so I don't have my fucking energy. So oh wait. I've got my resin to claim the boss one more time. Let's go do that. Right, there's also obviously the fact that my Sitlali has 1,000 attack, so yeah. But oh well.
Lightning echoing song.
Oh, Fab didn't proc, but
Fierce on the loose.
we're fine.
The tides beckon. Bow your head.
Suffer the wrath of
4. I don't think the 4 even matters at this point, but Pog, we got 4. Just grab these. Maybe today or tomorrow. Kind of off topic, but apparently Escafy can heal Arlecchino in combat. The fuck? What do you mean cannot configure party in current state? Oh?
an insurmountable.
I'm gonna check if you made that up.
A dash of frosting. The pinnacle of excellence.
You seem to have made that up. You have to swap from Arlecchino straight to Escoffier. Alright, I'll try it. But mods, have the ban button ready if it's fake.
A burst of flavor.
You certainly seem to have made that up. You still swap to seat Lolly? I mean, they didn't say you're not allowed to swap to other characters. He said Arlecchino into Escoffier, not Escoffier into Arlecchino. Really? Oh, yeah, they did. Okay. Yeah, but I need my energy, though.
Fulfill our path. Yeah, rah. Ja, zap. Transfixed. A little moose boosh. Fierce on the loose.
Again, no, that clearly isn't happening.
Show no mercy.
Do you have to alt swap or something? Like, are you just making shit up? Are we, got you 3 times, true.
Overlook the pinnacle of excellence.
Yeah, no, I'm clearly not getting healed. Alright. Mods, that's enough benefit of the doubt. Get him out. Give him like 10 minutes. You don't have to perma him. It was funny.
Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention.
Over the peace field, now child, stay close to me. Alright. Is SKIRK new top 3 DPS? Probably, yeah.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see.
Is her damage better than Nivile? Yeah. Should we look at how cooked the non-freeze teams are? So, in a melt team, you probably don't get enough voids to do all 12 seconds, so you probably get like 10 seconds of uptime. You can probably do 3 and 5s. Maybe. Nah. Probably not even. Well, if you do like... Wait, I just realized, how the fuck are you applying cryo for your for your Shilonen or your swirl? You're not. Oh. Oh no. Um that's not good. Yeah, you know what? I give up. No, it's not happening. Jesus Christ, that's awful, huh? Hyper Fridge? No. I don't want to. I'll be right back. I'm back. Cease the whitening. Cards. Alright. Man. Okay. So, let's just look at some more SKIRK carry teams. Do one with Candace? We can take a look at Candace, yeah. Candace is probably a fine cope option for people who don't have Farina. Honestly impressive how bad Dahlia is. Dahlia is saved by Eshu. Because Eshu is such a powerful weapon that Dahlia will end up a fine free-to-play alternative for people who don't have like the last slot in SKIRK teams, right? You don't have Yelan, you don't have Sitlali, you can use Dahlia. Some people are saying she's broken in a top DPS, and other people are saying she's barely better than Ayaka, who's actually right. It's kind of both. The thing is, Ayaka's actually good now, but it's not because of Ayaka. It's Escoffier being fucking broken. Like, Escoffier is outright a complete fucking outlier in balance. And SKIRK is like a decent carry that can be used in Escoffier teams. Ayaka is a bad carry that can be used in Escoffier teams, but Escoffier is so broken that Ayaka's pretty good now. And so a decent carry that can be used in Escoffier teams is gonna be pretty much fucking great. Like, SKIRK's best non-Escoffier team is gonna be worse than Gino next door's casual fucking Diluc plunge team. But SKIRK worse Escoffier team is gonna be better than min-max perfect rotation Nevilet. Okay? Like, it's like, yeah. Yeah. It's kind of cooked, man. I should have known not to give in. When does Ella come into the equation? Well, unironically, SKIRK is probably part of Illa's best team. Illa's best team now is probably Escoffier, SKIRK, Farina once SKIRK comes out. Because Escoffier is probably doing more than Yelan if you do burst Escoffier. Yeah, Illa does give you Cryo Shred, actually. That's true. That's true. She does do that. 25% shred. Wait, maybe you're cooking. Maybe it's a Fav support Illa angle. Noblesse. And it's probably not that bad. It's not better than Escoffier, but with Escoffier. Like, on the last slot. Because she doesn't have access to a good last slot. Okay? The best last slot is, like, Yelan. But it's not a great last slot. You know it's not a great last slot from the fact that her best set is Noblesse. Right? Shenhe has the best last slot? Fuck no. Shenhe has pretty bad synergy with SKIRK. Any character that doesn't let you do 2 tap skills on Shenhe is gonna have pretty bad synergy with SKIRK. Or with Shenhe, sorry. See, Lolly is better than Shenhe. That's what it looks like so far to me, yeah. I should have known not to give in. Such a banger song, man. Fuck, this album is so fucking good, dude. It's fucked. This might be my favorite album of all time. The more I listen to it, the more I like it. Kinda crazy. Give me a second, chat. Alright, spotted pawn 1 second after in SKIRK's Q buffing is her damage ping reliant. No. Alright, this... It reads very similar to Echo's. The thing is, it doesn't matter, because it's fucking 20 damage percent. Who gives a fuck? Even if you don't get it, like, nobody gives a shit. But because it's damage percent, not motion value, I don't think it works the same way. I think it just applies to up to 10 instances of normal attack damage. So you do 2 N5 charge attack, and then spam N5, or spam normal attack. Right. EQ, 2 N5, charge attack. Normal attack spam. But yeah, the thing is, like, it's such a small buff that even if it's being reliant, it won't fucking matter. Anyways, E attack 1, E attack 2, MV1, MV2 damage, DPS. We're gonna have our first default team, which is gonna be SKIRK, Escoffier. What should our actual default team be? Should we default to Yelan or Sidlali? I guess we'll default to Yelan, because I want to default to Finale. Plus 24, plus... Damage bonus might be in passive, like Nividet, not additive with everything else. What are you talking about? This thing? I doubt it. This thing I've been assuming it's multiplicative. But this thing I doubt is... It doesn't read like it would be. Anyways, 46.6. You know what? Let me make this a little... Let me make some modules here. Let's do SKIRK set. Esco set. Yelan set. Farina set. We have Maréchal Say Hunter. Blizzard Strayer. Finale of the Deep Galleries. Vermilion. Golden Troop. TOM. Noblesse. Emblem. And that's it for sets, right? Alright. 20% in subs. Is that it? DPC? Maybe. We'll think about DPC later. Because the attack speed might actually be useful. Anyways, plus 60% times this, plus 20% times sum if sum of these greater than 0, 1, 0, oh. 0, 0. Actually, I don't need to do greater than 0. Well, I should, actually. Plus 20% times if sum of these greater than 0, 1, 0. So now, let's... Where is it again? How do I add... Is it in review? No, it's in developer. Insert. Checkbox. Format control. This is gonna be kind of a pain in the ass to do, huh? Oh man. I'm gonna have to do them manually, won't I? Aww. I don't know how to do it automatically. Right? Like I know how to make a checkbox, I know how to link a checkbox, but I don't know how to make it so that if I copy it, it links to a different cell. So I guess I'll just do it manually, huh? Then we'll just change this one to 3. Change this one to 4. Change this one to 5. Right? And make these not show up. And delete the text. Wait, can I not delete the fucking text? Really? Edit text. Why is it not letting me fucking edit the text and completely remove it? What are you doing? The checkbox is not even the fucking... It's not even the text. It's like a label, and how the fuck do I remove it? It's never been there before. What? The fuck? What? Why is there... What the fuck? Okay. I'm just gonna copy this thing. I managed to somehow... What?! Okay, well, I mean, fuck. It worked, I guess. I don't really get it, but okay. Anyways, format control, cell link to this one. Yo. Format control this to 3. This to 4. This to 5. This seems like it's working. Yep, okay. What about Glad? Fuck you! Anyways. What about echoes? Shoot yourself in-game. No, the echoes is gonna be ass. Her motion value is too high. Okay. Wait, why isn't it working? Wait, because I'm looking at Golden Troop. Wait. First, this should be like this. But also, it's not working. Fuck me. Whatever, man, just... Why isn't it working? It doesn't work on True, but it works on 1? Dude! Why? How do I convert True to 1? Convert true to 1 Excel. Integer, okay. There's an int formula. Okay! Can I do it like this? Yes! It worked! But I should do it slightly differently, huh? Okay, fuck you. If that way, if I check both, it only increases it once. Okay. 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 And now, if I check these, there we go. We're vibing. Okay. Fixed. Rare Google spreadsheet W, true and false are treated as 1 and 0 automatically. Damn. Can't believe that. Google Sheets having a feature that's better than fucking... That's fucked up. Here they come, here they go, here they come. Alright, damage percent 1 is going to be normal attack. So, 46.6. 250 times 0.25. And then 25 from Yulon. And then we got set bonus. So, Maréchaussée is 15. On 2. Oh, yep. Lizard Strayer is also 15. Her signature set is 75. Vermilion is 0. And Glad is 35. Alright. I forgot the Glad here, right? Plus 18% times. Yo. How is he doing this? I am linking all these cells, so I get mini Excel tutorial. If you go to the developer tab, which by the way, I don't think shows up by default, you have to go into your Excel settings and turn on the developer tag. I don't remember by heart exactly where that is, but you can probably look that up. Developer tab Excel, you can find that. Anyways. If you go to the developer tab and you click on insert, it offers you a bunch of like things you can use, like data tools, basically. And you can use a checkbox, and then you can put it somewhere. Right? Then you can put it wherever you want. Whatever, very cool. And then you can right-click the checkbox, go Format Control, and you can link the checkbox with any cell. And once you've done that, if you turn it on, off, it changes the value of that cell from true to false. And then you can use this cell as part of your formulas and effectively make it so that your formulas checks if this checkbox is on or off. And the formula I used was if the integer of this formula is greater than 0, so if this cell is returning something other than false, it gives me 1. Other than that, otherwise it gives me 0. So basically, if the cell is turned on, this 20% attack gets multiplied by 1. If the cell is not turned on, it gets multiplied by 0. In other words, if someone on the team has TOM, we get 20% attack. If no one on the team has TOM, we get 0. But the developer tab is like kind of scuffed to use. So, yeah, fair warning, I suppose. Anyways, damage percent 2, this is going to be the other thing. So in SKIRK's case, damage percent 1 will be normal attack, damage percent 2 will be non-normal attack damage. The charge attack damage is like, I guess is what we should look at. For charge attack, we still have Yelan stuff, we still have Farina stuff, we still have, yeah. Pretty much the only thing that changes is Glad. Because all the other, Glad and her signature set get removed. So now if we turn on Glad, it increases the damage percent to the first source, but not to the second one. But if it's Maréchal C, it increases both. Anyways, crit value. 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6, and Cryo Resonance. That's what you get by default. Plus, if we go Maréchal C, we get 72% CV. And if you go Blizzard Strayer, we get 80% CV. Multiplier, if this is less than 4, oh, it's greater than 4, 1 minus this. Otherwise, this square divided by 8 plus 1. Well, it's not 1 minus this, it's this minus 1. Oopsie. Effective attack. I just saw footage of SKIRK C1 and it doesn't have any cooldown whatsoever. That's pretty good. Will it make her better than Maui at C1? Maybe? Does that mean you get 3 instances if you of damage if you absorb 3 at once? Yes? Jesus Christ. What a fucked character this is, man. My god. Anyways, effective attack. Alright, motion value 1, motion value 2. 1 charge attack. Motion value 1 equal to 1.7 times 4 times 262.6 plus 236.8 plus 149.7 times 2 plus 3 times 159.2 times 2 plus 388.7. That's it. Okay. This is without any of the support sets yet, right? And with them, we get to this. Which makes sense. Hey, can someone explain why C0 Navidad benefits from Escaffier more than C1? Sure. Navidad's Draconic stacks don't give the same amount. Each Draconic stack gives a different amount, right? Because at 0 stacks, he does 100% of his damage. At 1 stack, it's, what, 110? 2 stacks, 125. 3 stacks, 160, right? Which means the increase from each stack is different. The first stack gives him 10% damage. Second one is 14. And the last one is 28. C0 Neuvillette in a Farina team has this. In a Farina Escoffier team has this. So basically, 14% increase from the stack. C1 Neuvillette in the same 2 teams is at 2 or 3 stacks, so it's a 28% increase instead. Anyways, probably be this, right? Yeah, whatever. Alright, Escoffier. Characters. Why did I click on SKIRK again? Do I have stupid? My god. You mentioned what SKIRK combo this is assuming? Sure. Do I want to write it anywhere? Two and 5, C, and 5 and 3. I'll put it here. This is on Finale of the Deep, yeah. Anyways, Escoffier 347. And this team could do deathmatch, right? I forgot. I should double check ER requirements. I checked yesterday, but I forgot. New ER sheet. My goodness. Same element. Different element. Clear. Caught! Alright. So, we got Escoffier, Yelan, Farina. Okay, Escoffier catches her own particles, does not catch SKIRK's particles. You get 1 Yelan skill Escoffier does not catch it, right? And then you catch 1 Farina particle. And you don't catch 6. Plus the 4 Yelan particles. Fav. This is probably a Fav Escoffier team, actually. Because the ER requirements are probably too high otherwise. Well, you catch a lot of the Farina particles. Escoffier only catches 1. He spends a very small amount of time on field. SKIRK still generates particles even though she doesn't use energy? Yeah, just like Moika. Alright, Yelan catches her own particles, catches 1 Farina particle. Which leaves you with 6 more here. Does not catch any of the cryo particles. If she doesn't go on Fav, ER requirements are 191. Which is a bit high. That's like ER sends, non-Fav. You probably put her on Fav too. Fav Noblesse. Can you explain the formula for ER? Particles that you catch of your own element give you 3 energy. Particles that you catch of a different element give you 1 energy. Particles that you don't catch of your own element give you 1.8. Particles that you don't catch of a different element give you 0.6. So yeah. I've come to plead my case. Okay, let's take a look. What the fuck? Wait, it actually did heal. What? It might be a device issue where, like, your fucking dog shit hardware made it so that the enemies didn't load properly, so it didn't consider you in combat.
Fulfill our pact. Yeah. Everlasting as the moon.
I'm gonna let myself get hit. Just so we can...
A dash of frosting. Goose on the loose.
Yeah, it doesn't work for me. So it's probably just a device issue. Or maybe it's a domain issue. Bugged in domains. Anyways. Anyways, also, I'll retweet this. Goated take. Real though, it actually does seem like SKIRK, or Quick Swap, SKIRK, with 30-second rotations and 2 bursts will be pretty solid too. The only potential problem I'm seeing right now is that SKIRK's particle generation only seems to happen on the normal attack playstyle. So other characters character limit will have ER issues. Pixel means Shenhe is doable? Yes and no. On a 30-second rotation, you'd be able to do 3 Shenhe Es, but SKIRK only has 12 instances of damage. And it's actually only 10 for the purposes of SKIRK, or for the purposes of Shenhe, because all 6 happen at once, so yeah. Anyways, got an exercise redeem. Do that. Okay. Alright, mods, that's a fucking ban if I've ever seen one. Reminder that female streamers get the same message every 5 minutes. Yeah, and people that say that in female streamers chat should be banned too. Anyways. Arena! Yeah, so it's probably Fabiolon, Faviscafier, Festering for Arena. Probably. Seems like it. Because both Yelan and Escoffier have ER requirements that are high enough that they take full advantage of Fav. And neither of them has an insane free-to-play weapon alternative. Whereas Festering is so fucking good for Farina. If you don't have Festering, you use Pipe. Or you just use Fav and go like Slingshot Yelan. Or Deathmatch Escoffier. Anyways. So, this is 347, and we said we're going 5. Fading Twilight Omega Lol. Good one, buddy. There's someone like you. Alright, so this is, yeah. Attack percent. Probably go attack sense. 20% in subs. Yep. And then 24 from... No, we don't go deathmatch. I'm an idiot. And then we keep these two things. Yeah. Alright, here. Probably 220-ish average Farina. Nothing from Yelan. And then if we have Golden Troop, yep. I should have known not to give in. And then for the burst, it's gonna be like 80 stacks. Is attack all the better for SKIRK in this team? Probably not with Finale. But on other weapons, it might be. We also have Yelan burst. Yelan damage percentage for this. So let's say like 10%, because it hasn't... Wait, no, we do Escafie before Yelan, right? Yeah, okay, we don't have Yelan buff then. Or maybe we do Yelan first. No. No, you definitely do Escafie first. Crit value is 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6, 30. Effective attack formula is the same. Motion value 216 times 21. Is it actually 21 hits? I never ended up checking. I'll check. If you let it like run out, is it actually 21 hits? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. It's not, it's 20. I was lied to. Okay. Plus 90.7 plus 60.5. 1007.8. So, alright. Yeah. Yelan? $14,450. At HP percent, we got HP Sands, we got her passive, which is what, 12 at 2 stacks? Yeah, 12. We got Hydro Resonance. We got about 20% from subs. Flat HP, 5k. Damage percent. So, she also gets Farina stuff. Probably like 220 average again, sure. Then... if we go Noblesse, it's 20. And it's, what, 9? Yeah. And then if we go emblem, it's what, 190-ish ER. It's 10. Okay. Damage percent 2. It's gonna be like about 80. Well, okay, now that I think about it, we probably do Escoffier's kill, then Farina, then Yelan, then Escoffier burst. Right? So we do have the Yelan stuff for this. But that means we don't have Escoffier healing for the fanfare before Farina on field on this skill. So it's only gonna be like 80. And we also get Goblet, obviously. Alright, crit value. Just exact same as this. Crit multiplier. Effective HP. Motion value. 12.42 plus 8.28 times 3 times, let's say 13 probably. Yelan base. This is obviously base HP, not base attack. It's just I don't want to fucking make a whole ass other row just for shit that doesn't matter. Anyways, the motion value on this skill is 40.7. Alright. So her personal damage is like 2k higher with that, so definitely Noblesse is better, yeah. And Farina. This is gonna be a need to burst every rotation if you don't care about the healing, but you do care about the healing. But if you don't care about, if you don't have Farina, if you didn't care about the healing, no, she doesn't need to burst every rotation. There are some teams that don't use Farina that care about using her burst every rotation, but it's only because the burst is part of the setup for the aura. Like in Mawika teams, for example. Anyways, 15,307. HP percent is going to be similar, but not exactly the same, because we got HP Goblet. Yup. Damage percent here is going to be 220 is fine. Yeah. We also get 28. And that's it. Right? Ugh. Crit value. No, wait. There's also Festering. Sorry. Then we get 24. Yuh. Then we get 1.4 times 5.82 times 13, 10.73 times 6, 14.92 times 4, 14.2. $19.4. Alright. So 109k like with this setup, 106k with this setup. 110k with this setup. 109k with this setup. Huh. So Golden Troop is better than TOM, huh? Wait! Wait, I forgot the TOM HP. One ten six, 110 3. Okay, so TOM is slightly better, but it's insignificant. Noblesse Ylan is more important than TOM Farina. Is Noblesse Ylan really that much better than Emblem? I mean, it's like a 2% team DPS difference, which isn't that big of a deal. Technically, it's a little higher if you go Blizzard Strayer, but like that's fake as fuck. And Blizzard Strayer is an Omega sneak. Oh, fuck. I just realized you're right. You don't get full Noblesse uptime on Escoffier. You get pretty much full Noblesse uptime on SKIRK, but not on Escoffier. Fuck. I guess it's not that big of a deal. This is Finale of the Deep. I'll name this. Finale... SKIRK, Premium, Default. Is 110k good? Yeah. 110k is pretty good. Is Ylan better than Shenhe? Yeah. Shenhe's pretty not great. Should we take a look at Ayaka SKIRK quick swap? The biggest problem I can see with that is that your particle generation on SKIRK and quick swap is like it doesn't exist, right? Because the particle generation happens when you do a charge attack in your like special state, right? In your 7-phase flash. So if you don't enter 7-phase flash, you don't generate particles at all. Which is fucked for Ayaka energy. And you don't get Shenhe anymore, so it's probably not worth it. Like, at that point, Ayaka's fucking probably worse than Shenhe. Okay, what happens if we go Fav for Rina and something else on, like, Yelan? So... lose this. And we get... I guess we give her the new bow, right? Slingshot? You're gonna overcap with Slingshot? Too much crit? So it's 41.3. But you need ER sense. You're kind of cooked. Yeah, this is worse. What about a damage weapon on Escoffier instead? Still go 5 Yelan, 5 Farina, but deathmatch on Escoffier. It's also worse, yeah. So it does seem like your best setup is 5 on Escoffier and Yelan. That's what I was expecting, but... Alright, okay, next thing I want to check. I guess will be... Instead of Yelan, we go Seed Lolly. With Seed Lolly, we don't need to do any fucking set bullshit. Because Seed Lolly is always on the same set, right? But we need to add some stuff, though. We need to add the EM scaling. Do we, actually? Because Seed Lolly does no fucking damage. Like, do we really care? Probably not. We'll just fucking... You know what? I'll do it. Setup here would be Escoffier skill, Farina, EQ, Escoffier burst, Seed Lolly skill, probably. So base attack, 127 plus 401. Attack percent. You probably go EM Sands, right? EM, triple EM, I guess. And don't burst. There's no upside to bursting. So we pretty much get no attack percent other than a little bit of substats. We also get POM. EM 187 times 3 plus 115.2 plus, say, 100 in substats. 140 actually. Fuck it. Damage percent. Probably get like 150 average. We don't get this noblesse garbage. We don't get this emblem garbage. We don't get goblet. But we do get Cinder City. And then, yeah, that's fine. Crit value. Don't get this garbage. Probably get a bit less of this. And she doesn't ascend crit. Effective attack. This is just going to be effective EM instead. Motion value attack is going to be 131.3 plus right. You don't even get this every rotation, do you? Oh, what a fucking joke this is, man. So we do get the 16 plus 24, so we get 40. But you need 50 for it to proc. Isn't there another thing that makes her gain? Yeah, it's this. Nice old burst. It's kind of fake. So it's 30.6. And you generate about 48 points on average per rotation. No. 44. So it's an average of 5.5 hits. Let's just fucking say 6, man. I don't give a shit. 6 hits. And then the EM motion value is 90% times 6. Yeah, her team DPS, or her DPS is 500. Nice. Anyways. We get Cinder City on the rest of the team. And, wait. I'm an idiot. That's not damage percent, that's attack percent. And then we get about 40% attack from non-full uptime TTDS. Is that actually better? That's fucked, man. Yeah. And we have More red shred for Farina. I guess no, because ER requirements change. So now we have Esco, Seat Lolly, Farina. Farina ER requirements go up a decent amount. You probably have her on 5. Yeah. Then Escoffier catches her own particles, catches... That's it. Then 4 plus 5. 146 ER requirements without 5. That's reachable. See, a lot of the ER requirements don't fucking matter. Doesn't look like she's doing any damage. Oh yeah, actually this is 4 plus 4 plus 5. 200. That's fine. So, we lose Festering. Probably lose a little bit from the need of like a little bit over 30 ER from subs. Say we lose 2 crit rolls worth of stats. Then in exchange, this becomes deathmatch. We do still have some ER requirements. I guess instead of deathmatch, we just go torch, and we don't have to think about it. Okay. That makes sense. So it's about as good. It's a 0.05% difference. In DPS. My. That's very, very close. See Lely actually a viable teammate for SKIRK? Yup. I wonder if Noblesse would be better on Escoffier. Seems like it's about as good. Hmm. Oh. Oh well. See Lolly? Which would be better? See Lolly also shred Cryo Res? %5 more DPS. A little bit more than that. 6%, 7%. Oh, wait, actually, no, because in this team you can go issue. I forgot. Okay, it's better. Oh, boy. Oh, we don't have this. This. But that's assuming your Siglali shield survives. And also, gonna be a little hard not to overcap with Maréchal Say plus Eshu. But 16 isn't that much, so it's probably doable. Oh yeah, it also buffs charge attack, you're right. Not like it fucking matters, though. Ooh, you're getting 300 DPS. Insane. And 250. My goodness. Anyways, if you don't go Marie Jose and you go her signature set instead, it's about as good as Finale with Marie Jose. So yeah. Why are we looking at Marie Jose? Because it's her best set. Blizzard Trader is technically slightly better, but because SKIRK seems to be fairly single target focused, she's probably going to be played against bosses very often, and against bosses, Blizzard Trader is a lot worse than Marie Jose. How much worse is Glad? 115k Marie Jose, 107k Glad. So it's about 7-8%. Glad is usable. How bad is Finale? I mean, it's not bad. It's her second best option. But sure, I guess. So, Marie Jose. Yeah, this is pretty ass, huh? Okay, so let's look at Mistler, 674. We don't have this. We don't have this. We don't have this. Instead, we get... Yeah, we got 40%. All right. I just realized it's gonna be fucking cringe, isn't it? Because this is gonna be linked to that. Yeah, whatever. Her SIG weapon. 608. Attack percent is what, 48? We don't get that 40 damage percent. But we get 66.1, 1.2, and 40. So 126k. Wait, why is it not working? Oh. The fuck? I give up. This shit ain't working properly. Wait, where the fuck did it disappear to? Oh. Do I really have to go through them individually? My god. This is why I hate the developer stuff. Anyways, so we're at 116k on Missplitter Maréchaussée. $127k Finale of the Deep Galleries signature. And if you could... Wait, why is this better? I guess because you get way too much CV. That makes sense, I guess. $127k Finale. This is Finale the set, not the weapon. This is with signature weapon. It was like 10% better. Anyways. Let's get back to... Get back to this. I don't want to look at weapons too much today. We still have a lot of other stuff I care about before we get to weapons. Is Jade Cutter viable on her? Good luck not overcapping ER with Jade Cutter. Or not overcapping crit, I mean. The thing is, Missplitter isn't even that much better than Finale. It's like less than a 10% difference, huh? If you're going Eshu. Bit more if you're going Finale, but man, that's kind of wild. Well, like, that's how you realize weapon power creep, by the way. Missplitter works perfectly on her. Right? you get all the stacks with pretty much full uptime, and it's still noticeably behind her Sig. Oh well. Wait, actually, no, I can't do that. Finale, Skirk, Shenhe. I'm gonna look at Shenhe now. We'll need to add something here. Will we? Not necessarily. We can cheat. Oh, I might as well just add it, though. The attack. Alright. Effective attack, Shenhe. This is gonna be this. But instead of this attack, it's gonna be this one. Then this whole thing gets removed. Alright. Okay, so we lose. We still do Noblesse on Shenhe. Non-Farina teams, that comes after. But yeah, so we still do Noblesse. The damage percent, we don't have Yelan's damage percent anymore. But instead, we have the Shenhe stuff. Kind of a big difference, huh? Anyways, so we probably do Holdy on Shenhe, right? Where the heck is she? There she is. Uh, 304. She definitely goes 5 in this team. Okay. So changes the damage percent. Skirk, I guess gets pretty close to full uptime on this, right? But doesn't get full uptime on. Well, I guess you can go to Skirk after Escoffier if you want, right? Or to Shenhe after Escoffier. So you probably do get pretty much full uptime on this. Okay, whatever. Let's just say 30%. And then we also get some Shred. It's a total of 15 Shred. So it goes from minus 45 to minus 60, becomes 1.3. Right? And then we need to add the Quills and Shenhe's personal damage. Can you get Shenhe 2 Tappies with Skirk? No, you can't. You could craft a rotation that does get it, but you don't get 2 instances of Quills on Skirk damage anyways. How long is these rotations? I've been assuming 22 for now. Anyways, so Shenhe attack percent 28.8, 46.6 times 3. You can probably get attack, attack, attack. Then we have this, and we have substats. Damage percent on her is going to be pretty low. Maybe like... Oh yeah, we do lose Hydro Resonance, you're right. Alright, then crit value. We don't get crit ascension. I forgot the attack ascension, didn't I? No, I didn't. Huh, I didn't forget it. Is he smart? $171 plus 12 times 56.3. And then 339.8. Then quill damage, 7 times 82.2. We don't get this, but we get... That doesn't make any sense. No. Never mind, I'm an idiot. Yeah, okay. So this is Shenhe. Minus 15 res, that's already in. Actually, I didn't apply it to Shenhe's damage, so. It is worse than Yelan. And also than Citlali. My Gochan, so bad, yeah. Yeah. What about Wolfang on SKIRK? She doesn't do skill damage. It's on the skill multipliers, but it's normal attack damage. So Wolfang is dog shit on her. I should have known not to give in. Alright, these are the premium teams though, right? And a lot of people don't have these units, so we gotta take a look at the other teams. So first, also sorry for your ears, chat. I'll keep the ER requirement sheet. I'll ditch this. I'll ditch this. Okay. So first things first. I want to check Yelan. Or sorry, I want to check Singto instead of Yelan. You probably do Fav Singto. How worse would Sack be? It's just the slight extension to the rotation. It's a bit annoying, but it's not that big of a deal. Because your rotations are already stuck at like 21.5 at least. So going up to like 22, 22.5 isn't that big of a deal. But and if you're not playing perfectly, it might not even extend your rotations. This is 4 and 4. You turn up the music. You don't gotta ask me twice. I'm down. Then this, yeah, then this plus 5. And we got 2 5s now. Well, this team probably doesn't do 5 Arena, right? Yeah, it's probably 5 Escoffier, 5 Singto. It might not be 5 Singto now that I think about it. Maybe it's Aminoma Singto. No, let's do 5 Singto, but funnel his particles into someone else. So do we do Singto into Farina or Singto into Escoffier? Probably Singto into Farina. $160 is a lot, but he's on 5. He gets 61.3 from the 5. This is trivial. Alright, this is less than what Festering gives you. Yeah. This is substats plus 5. This is substats plus 5. Alright. So this stays the same. This stays the same. We're still on Noblesse. Plus 20, plus 24, plus... Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. We also get 20% hydro damage. CV, that's good. And multiplier, yeah. Effective attack, yeah. Okay. Motion value. 1.5 times 357 plus 406. And here we get 109 times 60. But I need to remove the damage percent from Elon. Yeah. And I need to add the shred, which is... change this to 1.3. We lower the song? Fine. So, it's a little bit worse than Elon, but not that much worse. That feels a little high, actually. It's not 60. I'm an idiot. It's 50, not 60, right? Yeah. 60 is what happens if you get 18 procs. But 18 procs is only gonna happen if you're not weaving... Like, if you're using from the start, you're not using bursts. It's gonna be closer to this. Yeah, that makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense. His personal damage is about the same as Yulon. Did you add the shred? I didn't add it to his own damage, actually. Oopsie. A little bit higher than Yulon. Because we're not doing 2 Yulon E's, so Yulon ER requirements make her struggle a bit more. Farina damage is a bit higher, and SKIRK damage is a bit lower. The thing is, SKIRK doesn't need resistance to interruption. Or defensive utility for that matter, because this Cliff kind of heals you a lot. Anyways, point is, Sainto is not really far behind Yelan. Which is, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Anyways. Now, finale, SKIRK, no Farina. So, damage percent, goodbye. 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 It's fine if I keep it like this, actually. This is gonna... 46.6, 20... I need to change something here. This is just gonna be hint of this. Same for this. Okay. Damage percent. We also have int of bless times 20%, and then if he goes emblem, his ER is also at around 190. Okay. ER requirements in that team. Isco, Singto, Elon. Yeah, that's fine. No, actually, this is 0. This is 9 plus 4. No, this is 5 plus 4, sorry. This is 9, 0. This is such an awkward ER amount. Yeah, I guess it is a fading twilight angle, huh? My god. It's an average of 20%, right? Is that even better than just going Fav? Now that I think about it. Because you lose 60%, 60% ER. No, you lose 30% ER. Which is 7.5 damage percent, so it's actually only 12% damage ahead. But you're missing out on the Fav particles for the whole rest of the team. Fav is probably still better, now that I think about it. Yeah, Fav is still better. And then at that point, you might as well funnel her particles into Escoffier, right? Yeah, because this is still... Yeah. And then you can go Torch on Escoffier. Although, yeah, actually, we don't need to burst anymore. True. That's a good point. We don't need to burst anymore. So Escoffier has no ER requirements. And we burst every other rotation. Oh, but we can't go Maréchaussée anymore. Cooked. It's fine. We're less stacked on damage percent, so her signature set is better anyways. This might be better for the new endgame since you start with 0 energy. Why the fuck would it be better to use one more burst reliant support instead of Farina? If you don't have burst on Singto, he does nothing. If you don't have burst on Farina, she still does her damage, you just don't get the fanfare buff. Anyways. Yeah, that makes sense. So, no Farina, team DPS, minus 30%. Yep. That's Within expectations. Yep. At this point, just remove SKIRK and use what instead? The alternative, cryo or hydro support, that's very good for SKIRK? Which one? Tell me where it is! Is it hidden under my pillow? We'll look at Titlali later as well, don't worry. Man. Now we can take a look at Finale, SKIRK. No Escoffier. Ashley, I'll just call it Charlotte. These characters' damage doesn't change, right? Yeah. Well, no, it does, because this was 5 Escoffier, so we now have higher ER requirements for these. If we don't go 5 Charlotte. What Charlotte tap E-Particle Gen again? Three. Fucking hell, this character is ass. What are their energy cons again? 2 energy, 5 times with 10 energy from C4, that's it? Elon Farina. This was Faviolon. We get 1 plus 4, 6. 1, 6 plus 4. Different element. Now 7, not 8. Yeah. I guess you don't go Faviolon, but you do go Farina. No, you kind of... Fuck. Dude, I don't fucking know what the hell you're supposed to do, man. This is if you only go 1-5 on Farina. What if you go Faviolon, but you funnel her particles to Farina? That's probably the play, actually. Yeah, that seems like the play. It's still kind of high ER Rex, though. I guess you go 5 on both, yeah. This looks like a 3-5 angle, but we don't want the TTDS on Charlotte. It's kind of a big deal. Oh, you're right. My burst costs are wrong. Fuck. I'm cooked. It is the end. That seems like the play, right? ER sends plus 80% in subs, 20% on each piece. That's doable, right? Right? That's not too bad. It's just 20% on each piece. I don't have a noblesse set that has that, but you might, perhaps. I think we just give up, actually. Like, this ain't fucking happening, man. I think we just go 5 Farina. Take the L. God, it's so awkward, man. Oh, it hurts. This is probably ER attack. What was this 20% from? Alright, substance. Yeah. Damage percent. I don't know, like 50 times 0.25 plus. Well, no, it'll average higher actually. Maybe like 150-ish. Wait, Charlotte ascends attack, right? Yeah. And she also gets 30%. No, 10% from this. Motion value on the burst. How many times does this hit? Does anyone know? We really calculating Charlotte DPS? Yeah, I know. She has an 80 burst cost? Yeah, because otherwise she would have been too good. No one uses Charlotte. I mean, she's one of the most popular 4-stars because people use her with Nebula for some reason. You consider the cryo damage she gets from her A4. I didn't. Thanks for reminding me, Akari. I don't know what I'd do without you. That's 7 hits. $14. That's 10% damage from her Ascension passive. We also have 10% damage from the C4. Then skill. Oh, right. We also have this, right? We get 2 instances of it, right? It's once every 6 seconds during this duration, and it lasts for 6 seconds. Wait, do we only get 1? I don't have the C4, so or the C6, so I can't test it. Do we only get 1? Ah, shit, you only get 1, do you? Still, it almost doubles her damage. And then the skill damage is 134.4 plus 78.4 times. I think it's 4, but I'm not sure. We'll double check. One, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's 4. Alright, 700 DPS. Insane. percentage of premium. I should add this. Look at Mika. Alright, what's Mika particle gen? I don't think anyone knows. Fuck, even Hamdi Cat doesn't know. Shit. It's 4. Okay. What's his burst cost? Burst cost is 70. Oh, thank goodness. And he probably goes 5, right? And then you probably go Pavilion, probably. But funnel her stuff into Farina because she has to go emblem anyways. Wait, no. I was wrong. Oh no, I'm an idiot. Never mind. Right, I forgot that Mika has 5. Yeah, this is reasonable, right? This is emblem 5 and like 17% in subs. That's fine. And this is festering and 25% in subs. Wait, I'm an idiot. This is 3, 5. And this is 5, 6. That's only festering. No need for subs whatsoever. Yeah. That's definitely the play. Okay. So with Mika, Farina can go back to festering. Yulon's still on 5. Who catches the last 2 particles? SKIRK does. It's the HP particles, so they happen while you're doing damage. Ideally, you'd like to feed them to someone else, but you're not swapping out of SKIRK just for that. Try it. Anyways, this is gonna be Mika. Exercise redeem. Alright, I'll do that. Okay. So we need to remove the attack percent. None of this matters, right? Oh. Energy refund. Huh. I didn't even know he had that. Cool, I guess. So his ER requirements basically don't exist. Yeah, so none of these do anything. But 25% attack speed, definitely enough to at least finish the N5 combo at the end. Maybe even get a bit more. So Mika might be better than Charlotte. Could actually have his own damage, but... Wait, is his damage HP or attack? It's attack, okay. Because his healing is HP. But you build him for healing because he doesn't do any damage. So... We don't have this. We don't have this. We don't have this. Sure. Damage percent, pretty much fucking nothing. He doesn't have damage percent on this stuff, right? And he actually doesn't get fanfare, a lot of fanfare either. Yeah. Probably gets more crit than this, though. Okay, how many hits does this stuff do? Let him clam? I don't know if clam is better than noblesse. Maybe it is, but it'll be a very minor difference, and I can't be bothered calcing clam. Okay, so the top E only has the one hit. The hold E has 2 hits, right? No? Oh, the other hits are the what goes to AoE stuff, right? Right. So it's only 1 hit. 134.4. 99 DPS. 2-digit DPS. Ah! Oh. My goat. What the fuck? Wait, I just realized that's not true. Because he gets the skill damage, the skill talent level from SKIRK. So it's actually 142.8. And he breaks 3 digits. Big. Insane. But even then, still seems like it's better than... Wait, what the fuck is going on here? Oh, right. Okay, this makes sense. So it does seem like Mika is better than Charlotte. And Mika's cons don't do fucking anything other than the skill talent level that gives 3% more attack speed, but that's probably not enough to give even one more attack. But Charlotte gives better fanfare? No. No, actually, Mika's about as good as... Mika's one of the best healers in terms of the amount of healing he does. Like, people underestimate the fuck out of Mika's healing. He actually heals well. It's just that literally no one has him built, so people don't know. But he heals pretty well. Like, Bennett's healing... Talent level 12, right? 12% max HP plus 1477. The healing over time from Mika is about half that, but the initial is more than double that. Oops. And it's AoE. Yeah, you lose 4k DPS from not having Noblesse. Clam does about that, right? So if you want even more healing, you can go Clam. SKIRK, Poverty. No Farina slash... whatever. So instead of Escoffier, we look at... Citlali. No, I mean, Citlali is not really... We should look at 4-star only, I guess. No. Let's do Citlali. Let's just look at no Escoffier, no Farina. Let me copy this. Actually, wait. Let me do this. This is a little cringe. Ah, no, I can't do that. Okay, I don't need to add this. Okay, Citlali DPS is 500. I'll just fucking say 500. Anyways, we get TDDS, about 40% average. We get the damage percent, also 40% on everyone. We get Hydro Shred, but we lose out on the Hydro and Cryo Shred, so this is 0.9. Well, this doesn't matter, but whatever. This is 15% shred, so 1.025. Percentage of premium. Dark Fear, what are those other DPSs that can reach those numbers with more flexibility? I'm kind of curious. Arlecchino is not at 110k. Arlecchino Sims are at like 100k, but they look at fucking 5 rotations. Which kind of abuses Bond of Life carrying over to the next rotation. In practice, she's below that. Molani? That's even funnier. Mauiga gets higher than that, but like, yeah, of course she does. Veresa gets around that in her best Overload teams, but she's as reliant on constellations on Chevreuse and Neon Sun as SKIRK is reliant on Escoffier. The difference between C0 Chevreuse and Neon Sun and C6 Chevreuse and Neon Sun in Veresa's teams is actually pretty noticeable. Like, C0 4 stars, the Veresa, it's probably better than no Escoffier SKIRK, but it's not actually that much better. Nevilette barely reaches 95k. No, that's the thing. SKIRK is going to be part of Nevilette's new best team. Quick swap, SKIRK beats Citlali and Nevilette freeze. From what I've looked at so far. I just realized this is a little bit better actually because you get to use a shielder. Or you get to use Eshu, sorry. Pog. 70k. Oh, also, I forgot about this. 72k. Big. So that means I've been on this for a while, which I shouldn't have been, right? Like, on this one, it's better, right? Yeah. On this one, it was better, but on this one, it was not. Oh, it was already fine. Never mind. Okay, we're vibing. Cooked. What would be your best 4-star only team? Okay, your best Force only freeze team. Because you're probably right that Hyper Fridge is better. But I don't want to think about that. Rosario Cinto Candace. I wonder if Candace would be better than Dahlia. Probably not, because Eshu. Eshu is probably enough to to take Dahlia over Candace. Eshu, Skirk, 4-star, 4 stars. We'll do 2 and 5 because we get the attack speed. Okay, and we do Dahlia. Alright, so Rosaria, Dahlia, Singto. Alright. How cooked are the ER requirements gonna be? Might as well say with no Farina. Oh. Hi for a gore. Sorry. Anyways. Okay. Rosaria. 240 plus 565. We're gonna need 5, right? If we do Rosaria, Dahlia, Singto. Who is, how many particles does Dahlia generate? Is it 4 or 3? 3? Eh. That's certainly something. Anyways, Rosaria is 3 plus 4. Maybe it's a 2 Rosaria skill rotation, actually. You probably can, now that I think about it. So it's probably 3-7. Dahlia is 3. Singto is 5. Fives. 5 on Rosaria, yeah. Five on Dahlia? Question mark. What weapon is he? He's a sword. Why is he holding a book if he's a sword? Fucking Singto wannabe. My god. You probably go fully R on him. So you funnel his particles then? Into Singto. Alright, it's like, your rotation is gonna be Rosaria E, Dahlia QE, Singto QE, Auto, Rosaria EQ. Probably. Five plus ER Sands and you're already reaching this. It's pretty free. And then Singto can go. What would you want to go? Aminoma, I suppose? Oh yeah, Dahlia is 60, you're right. It's even lower. My god. Why Dahlia over Lila? What does Lila give? TOM? I mean, I guess. C4 doesn't do shit. But the attack speed is actually useful. That's the thing. Like, 2 more attacks on SKIRK out damages everything that Lila provides. And Dahlia's shield seems a lot more reliable. Mika then? Mika doesn't give you a shield to provide you with the requirement for issue. Do you think it'd be hard to proc 5? I mean, you can probably just do Q auto E. That's 3 hits. It's not too bad. Just build a decent amount of crit on him and you're fine. So yeah, you probably go Noblesse Rosaria. Actually, you probably go Cinder City Dahlia, don't you? Yeah, you go Cinder City Dahlia for sure. And Emblem Singto. Chat, is this really a fucking Ishin Singto angle? I think it is. Man. It is, isn't it? No, it's not. I don't know, man. Where's the Night Soul? There's no Night Soul. There's just 12% damage. Why not Amenoma? Because you don't need the energy from Amenoma. Like, ideally you do Wolf's Fang, but a lot of people don't have it. I'll calc with it for now, though. Why not? Okay, so Rosaria doesn't need any additional ER. You don't get this. Wait, no. You get attack sands, 20% in substats, 20% in sets, 24 from Ascension. Is that it? Yeah. There's no TOM, though. It doesn't matter. I'm just not going to click on it anyways. Actually, now that I think about it, let me put Rosaria here and Dahlia here. I already have Noblesse set up here. So yeah. Okay, damage percent 46.6. She's on Noblesse, so it's 20% times integer of this. What else do we have? 12% from Cinder City? Is that it? How realistic is 4 and 5? Without attack speed, I don't think it's really doable. I mean, you can do it if you don't do a charge attack, but you need the charge attack to have enough Serpent Subtlety to attack during the 12.5 seconds of uptime she can have. Like, the normal attack mashing showcases that we have, I've seen one that does 4 and 5s, but it doesn't do a charge attack because of fucking private server infinite energy. If it wasn't for private server infinite energy giving infinite Serpent Subtlety, you wouldn't be able to do that. So I've been assuming 3 and 5, 1 and 3. But with attack speed, I think 4 and 5 is very doable. So for the Mika and the Dahlia teams, I've been assuming 4 and 5. Anyways, plus 12%. That's it, right? No. Yes. No, yes. Dahlia, set. Rosaria, set. Do we have any other sources of damage percent on Rosaria? No, right? No, we don't. Her ER requirements are 150-ish. You get to 160 if you go Noblesse, though. Yeah. Crit value, 60% base, and we don't use a crit weapon. Effective attack. Motion value, 208 plus 304 plus 264 times, is it 6? It's 6, right? Or is it 5? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it is 6. Cool. Times 6. And then we get 2 skills. 117 plus 272 times 2. And cons don't give anything other than the energy and yeah. My god, what a joke this character is. Anyways, Xingqiu, if we go Wolf's Fang, 510. Attack percent, yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. Flat attack. Damage percent. Yeah. ER yeah. ER requirements are lower. You're at like 160-ish. Yeah. And then we got plus 12. Plus 16. Value. Base 60. Oh shit. Did I not have it at base 60 earlier? Oh my god, I didn't. Orange. I guess it's not that big of a difference, but still. Oopsie. Alright. Fixed. Right, but then we also get 27.6 times 2, and 2% times 4, so 8% times 2. Alright. Motion value doesn't need to change. Yep, that's fine. Check if Mika is better than Rosaria, but I don't know how many attacks to assume with Mika plus Dahlia. I need to wait for some proper footage. We could actually look at Dahlia damage, but it doesn't really matter. It's gonna be same shit as Lali, honestly. Because he's a fucking... He's a character that has an HP scaling shield, but attack scaling damage, so he's not doing anything. I can't be bothered. We'll just leave it at 500, man. Anyways, this is wrong, though. What is this 40% from? One of them is from Cinder City, and it should be 12. What's the other one from? Same? That's from Eshu. Okay, the 40% from Eshu is fine. Eshu is burst damage so low. You don't use the burst that does damage past the first rotation. Because you have to choose between normal uptime and burst that does damage. It's Varisa's situation again. No, because there are teams that use her burst. Her burst is actually good enough to make her a fairly strong quick swap unit in freeze teams. Which means that she's actually pretty viable in Nevilette teams instead of Citlali. She outdamages Nevilette in those teams. But let's not talk about that. She does like about 60% of her damage if you burst instead of normal attacking, but she does it in one go instead of over 12 seconds. It reminds me of Alhaitham first beta. Don't, bro, you're jinxing it. Anyways, yeah, I mean, this is kind of cooked. This is probably going to be the best 4-star only one. Like, maybe... Wait, I forgot the crit from Rosaria. Right. Okay. Almost 70k. It's about 60% of her default premium team. But I'm using the Yelan version as a default premium, and I've calced the Citlali version with Eshu to be slightly better. But I don't know how cooked that is. You showed the Nevilette sheet? I think I deleted it. Sorry. It was north of 110k though. We can compare this to Candace instead of Dahlia if you want. I don't mind not renaming it. What are the ER requirements here? It's 2, yeah. Man. Kind of a big deal, huh? Anyways. Candace. First cost is 60. Does she get any refund? No. This is fine though. This was wrong though, but it's not the end of the world for this one. It's non-caught off element. But Saint ER requirements climb enough that you're probably gonna need a bit more ER. Probably gonna lose out on 2 rolls of crit. Okay, then Candace. Alright, HP. And 875 HP percent. Probably goes HP Goblet. ER HP crit. Damage percent. Fucking nothing. My god. 12% and that's it? That's funny. Crit value. Probably go Rosaria into Candace? No. Yeah, whatever. 13.2 plus 13.2 times 2. 24. How many hits do you get out of this? Could be up to like 5, maybe? Maybe 6 is doable? I don't know.
Stabilize.
Does it not do anything if you don't deal damage? My god. I can't even test it with that. I have to use a character whose infusions don't get overridden. Fine. Fine. Fucking hell, man. One, 2, 3, 4. Doesn't seem like I can do much more than 4, actually. It's gonna be 4 to 5. We can be optimistic and assume 5, I guess. Why not? And then we get damage percent. Plus 20% plus Candace's HP divided by 1,000 times 0.5%. But we don't have issue anymore. So it's worse. But if you don't have issue to begin with, it's about as good. Why 25k HP on Candace? Because we need ER stands and crit rates circlet to proc 5. Default. Let's go Arena Yulon. Esco, Farina, Seep Lolly. Eshu, Div. um, 4-star. 4 stars. Tinto, Rosaria, Dahlia. Four stars. 2. Tinto, Rosaria, Candace. No Esco, no Farina. See, Lolly, Yulon. What was the last one? I think so. And it's not even better than fucking just using the 4 stars. That's crazy, man. Is that real? Is that really real? Man. I guess it's because the Singso damage is a lot higher in these teams. So we don't need to put him on 5. Because we get more particle gen from Rosaria and Dahlia than we do from Yulon Sidlali. No Esco. So Sidlali. Paula, Yulon, Farina. No, Farina. Esco. Yulon. Sidlali, I think is the one I used. No, I use Singto. I should do a Sidlali one as well, right? No, Farina 2. Esco, Elon, Lolly. So, what does the energy look like in a team like this? Esco, Elon, Lolly. Elon energy for 0, 0, 4, 5, 4. Clear particles, Yelan is on 5. That's the only 5 on the team. Yeah, makes sense. Now Escoffier gets 4. And doesn't get 4 plus 5. Then 0, 4. Oops. 0, 4. And then 0, 5. That's kind of cooked, isn't it? Do we have to go 5 on Isco? It's probably good, yeah. Man. I should have known. Yeah. Because we need the energy on Yulon. Man, that's cooked. Wait, no, Escoffier doesn't need to burst, so we don't need 5 on her. Okay, wait, never mind. Right, because we burst every other rotation in this team. Yeah, okay. So it's only Yulon burst we care about, because we don't care about Sitlali burst, we don't care about Escoffier burst. And SKIRK doesn't need energy. So it's only Yulon that cares about the energy. But our ER requirements are still pretty fucking high, aren't they? That's ER Sands plus 5. Okay. ER Sands 5. Ideally, you want to go Noblesse instead of Emblem, but... with Emblem, it would be... what, 61? Plus 52? That's 213? 233? With Emblem? Okay. So, Elon stuff. We go ER Sands, so goodbye HP Sands. Instead of 190, it's 250. But we also lose the Shred from Singto. Gonna be Lolly. We just override this 500. We get 40 damage percent from Lolly. We don't get this. Yeah, it's definitely Noblesse Yulon. Escoffier seems good. Yeah, that seems good. And this, we also get PTDS. But we also get to use Eshu now. Okay. So that makes sense, I guess. They do a Kagami team as well, Freyna plus Yelan. That's dumb as fuck. Where's your Crowd Resonance? Crowd Resonance is kind of nice, man. So it's get Escafir, get fucked? Yeah, pretty much. If you don't have Escafir, your best team is like at least 30% behind. Why no Shenhe? I have Shenhe as well. But it's worse than the other two go-tos. Barely better than Singto. Are you assuming Crowd on all teams? Only 3 Crowd. For now, I'm assuming it everywhere. Because on non-bosses, you'll have it everywhere. It's just on bosses that it's not gonna have full uptime. Yelan is not required in any way, yeah. If anything, the highest team I've calced so far does not use Yelan. And this is before looking at the first rotation inflation. Right? Because I really do think it's likely that in Abyss, you enter the first chamber with full Serpent Subtlety, which means your first rotation can do the damage burst and your normal attack stuff. Which concentrates the damage on her even more, which is going to favor teams that use buffers instead of damage dealers, like Citlali instead of Yelan. Anyways, is there anything else that I need to add? Alright, Mika. No Esco. Mika. Yelan. Arena. Just slightly better than Charlotte. I can look at Seg too if you want. If I'm gonna be doing that, I should include the costs. This is for cost. I'll include it in a different column actually. Cost. 4, 4, 1, 1, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 3, 3. Default with Sig. Sig, yup. So, with Sig, you can't really go maliciously anymore. Saj. That's okay. 608, attack percent, we lose these things, but we get 48%. We lose this flat attack. Then crit value goes up by 66.2 and 40. What the fuck? Oh my god. Best Sig forecast. Farina 2 is forecast, not 3. Is it? Oh yeah, you're right. Oops. What would be the best Sig forecast? This one, I guess. Singto Sig. It's not 5,608. My goodness. Okay. So her best forecast team is probably Esco, Farina, Singto with Sig. Or maybe it's C1. I don't know. Best Sig, no Esco is gonna be. What's the highest no Esco team? It's like this one? No, it's the Mika one. Cooked. Mika Sig. Yeah. 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 Why is Singto in a forecast team? What else would you be using? This is with using Sig, so if you do 4 costs, you can only do 3 5-stars. With Sig, how do Shenhe, Yelan, and Citlali compare? Shenhe doesn't really change. But Citlali becomes very close to Yelan. Pretty much the same. Farina? That's 5 costs if you use Farina instead of Singto. Escoffier. Wait, no. Farina's already here. Wait, I'm confused. I think you might have... Maybe you were saying something different. Okay, whatever. I think Milani would be better than Citlali. With Farina, you mean? But you don't get Eshu from Milani. We can look at Milani though, I don't mind. It's probably not gonna be bad. Let's take Citlali. And Nali. Milani. So we don't get the damage percent from Eshu anymore. Tragic. Or the crit value. Okay, and then we use Milani. What do the ER requirements look like now? Esco, Farina, Milani. Wrong character. $4.5. Do you QE or EQ? I think you EQ. Versus 60. But refund is 6. Yeah. You only get 1 Night Soul Burst. Arena. Wait, we also need to figure out the Fab situation. Arena, 1 caught. 10 non-caught. Then you have 0, 8. Escoffier, 4, 4. Okay. So we probably do Fab Farina and Fab Escoffier. That's probably the play in this team. That makes sense. Yeah. Oops. Yeah, we probably do both. Alright. So we have Fav on both. She's already on Fav, and she's also already on Fav? Yeah. So we're fine for these. Farina goes back up a little, though, for this. This is fine. Alright. And now we have... Yeah, you're right, actually. This might actually be better. Okay, why 325? Oh! We don't have Citlali Shred anymore. Right. Anyways, this is Mualani. Anyways, Mualani, 15185. Mualani HB. Probably goes HB. Is it HB Hydro crit in this team? Or HB crit? Probably HB crit. Damage percent. Or maybe not. No, it's probably Hydro Goblet. But it's gonna be pretty close. Anyways. 98 point. I can just copy this. I forgot the HP percent from TDDS. 35.9. Are we using Mualani here? Just TTDS, Hydro Res, and Cinder City? Yup. And also she has a bit more personal damage than Citlali does. Uh-oh. Cards. I'm done with this shit, man. You change issue? Yeah. This is finale. I'm like... The dual DPS? I mean, Mualani's doing 8k DPS, so not really, no. I need to check something. How long is the setup with this team? Arena. Escoffier. I'll start this setup at 55.
Let the world come off to the freezer. It's gonna go excellent. Let's ride.
Yeah, it's about 9 seconds. I didn't do it right though. I'm gonna have to fucking get the muscle memory of E and 1Q on Molani. I'll start at 57. Takes about 8 seconds. First cooldown is 9. With swap delay. More or less what you're gonna be able to do, yeah. Early Molani can proc Cinder City in this team? What do you mean? Why would she not proc? Oh, there might not be an underlying cryo, huh? I guess I need to check. Masanori, here I come. We need to look at Frozen Aura bullshit. And Masanori's the best testing dummy that has its health bar at the top. That shows you underlying auras. Yeah, we want to check Seedlolly as well, right?
We'll be unstoppable.
No, Seedlolly's fine because with Seedlolly you can get the aura a bit later, so it's not the end of the world. Wait, that's not as good. I'm an idiot.
Let's go.
So.
Time to shine. Get to work. You two.
That's not
To end them.
Escoffier. My Escoffier is usually on 3, so I got confused. What are we testing? Underlying aura bullshit. Maybe you're gonna need to do QE on...
Mining, echoing song. The pinnacle of excellence.
Wait, you can't see underlying cryos. Fuck, I forgot. You can see underlying hydro, but you can't see underlying cryo. But I guess the fact that it didn't add an underlying hydro means that it probably... Yeah, actually, I could just look at it that way. I'm an idiot. If I hit with a hydro attack, and it doesn't apply underlying hydro, it's because there was an underlying cryo that we reacted with. Just give her Cinder City and check? Might as well, sure. How come I getting 7% hydro damage from? Ah, from that. We got it. We got it, no problem.
Show no mercy. A dash of frost.
So it works. But that means the Silali one might not work. Actually, no, because you do Silali into... You do SKIRK into... No, wait, that's a... Bro, what the fuck is going on here? Holy.
A little amuse-bouche.
Anyways, it's time for a tweet, chat. Can anyone tell me why it looks like the last slot in SKIRK's best team might be Molani? Please? Following the recent trend of carries just having numbers that are too big, a support entirely focused on buffing
An important part
does
is making
more
sure
than
ingredients absorb the flavors in the dish.
a support
To that end, a chef must
with
be able to
personal
maintain the same
DBS.
level of precision as a server.
So TTDS
This makes it
plus
perfect.
Hydro Res Resonance plus Cinder City kinda does more than Yelan does. Man. Although, I might have forgotten to, at least in this one, remove the Yelan damage percent. I did, okay. So, it's...
Even the most
Maybe it's not Jover yet.
can produce astounding
It's just because this one might actually be a little too sus.
potential takes a keen sense of smell.
I'm not sure if I'm actually going to be able to get the... Get the underlying hydro that we need for that. Maybe...
Let my name echo in song. Off to the freezer. Have first the sleep. Fulfill our path. Suffer the wrath of
Yeah. We didn't get the underlying aura there. I guess
a dash of frosting.
it might be too cooked. It might not be doable. Because this Kavi kind of just has too much app for Farina. And it doesn't line up well. You need to see Lali after Farina. The problem is if you do that, you can't TTDS SKIRK. And that's a big fucking loss. What if we do this?
Show a new thing. Time to shine. Pinnacle of excellence.
No. We're not getting a Hydro Aura forever.
Show no mercy.
This is how long we'd have to wait. That definitely won't work.
A dash of frosting.
get 5 to make the testing easier. Try on an unfreezable enemy. I mean, it doesn't really change anything. I could. The aura behavior is exactly the same on a freezable and unfreezable enemy. It's just that instead of a frozen aura, you get a nothing aura. So instead of an underlying hydro, you just get a hydro. But like, it's gonna be the exact same thing.
At first, the flavor.
It doesn't really work. Oh, so that's a little cooked. That means we can't do it as I was doing it. Alright, no more TDDS. And instead, we alleviate ER requirements and we go either sack or Fav. So you probably get to go festering on Farina.
An important part of cooking is making sure the ingredients absorb the flavors in the dish. To that end, a chef must.
Or maybe we stay Fab Farina, we go Deathmatch as Gauthier. Let's go Farina Lolly. Was Farina 1-6. Gauthier 4-9. Seat Lolly didn't matter. 1-6. 0-13. And this was what we were using initially, right? 5 on both. If we do this, and we still get the 5 particles from Seed Lolly, actually? Yeah. That's pretty fucking free, huh? Okay. So basically, the only thing that changes is Escafia weapon. Oops, wrong one. All right. .04% higher than the Milani one. Ho ho ho! Let's go! Let's go! It's saved! It's saved, chat! It's saved! What if you TDDS as Gauthier? That'll be worse. What weapon does SKIRK have in default team? Finale of the Deep. Hey, look at Burst Bot Ayaka. Sure. You can take a look at that too. Probably pretty similar to this one. So we'll just copy this. Finale, Ayaka. Wonder if you extend the rotation to 23 seconds to get a second Ayaka E. It's probably worth it, yeah. Because otherwise your energy's like omega cooked. One more E is such a big deal. Let's go Farina Ayaka. This is fine. Or 8. Or 8. This is a default, right? Alright, I got Yark Arms at 197. I guess if you go Aminoma, 167. With 2 E's, 117. One more E is 50% less ER. Such a big fucking difference. Yeah, it's definitely that. And with one more E, we also get four more particles on the other two. You just open your rotation with Ayaka skill into Farina EQ, into Escoffier EQ, into Ayaka dash Q, and 1 CE, probably. Need to check something. Yeah. Don't know who that is. Okay. So with that, probably go for this. Fav Farina, but no Fav on the rest. Makes sense. So, no more Fav on this. Instead, $24. We lose the damage percent from Cinder City. We'll change this whole sheet, this whole thing. And then Molani's whole thing is now different. What's set on Ayaka? Is it Noblesse? Probably. Does Ayaka snapshot her own attack bonus on Noblesse? Hey, thank you for the raid Bumpy. Yes? Big. Big if true. I should have known. I'll look at Noblesse and Blizzard's Rare, I guess. Skip current song? No. Anyways, Ayaka. Okay, so Ayaka base attack 342. And Aminoma 454. Attack percent. I should have known. 46.6. Set bonuses. Same two songs. We'll go back to the playlist at some point, but today I felt like listening to this album on repeat. Okay, what other source of attack percent do we have? We have Aminoma attack percent. We have about 20% in subs. Is that it? I think so. Alright. Damage percent. On the burst, 220 plus 46.6 plus 18, right? Yeah. Plus 15% times int Lizard Slayer plus 20% times int plus. Alright, and on the skill, it's gonna be like 120-ish average fanfare. Because one skill happens before Farina's skill, and one after. This is still there, this is still there. This is still there, this is not. Okay. Crit value. Yup. What weapon? Aminoma, I said, yeah. Alright, now motion value. 191% times 19 plus 286. And 431 times 2. Alright. Oh, I fucked something up here. Yeah. Alright. Okay. So this is Noblesse 110k, this is Blues Trigger 110k, about 110k as well, but Noblesse slightly better. Yep. Alright. I did not adjust rotation length, you're right. My bad. Oh, now it's been adjusted. Dual carry. Esco, Farina, Ayaka. Now, do we talk about the fact that Ayaka does less damage than Escoffier in this team? Should we? It was 110k? No, because it's a longer rotation that I did not account for initially, but now I have. How's she doing less? She's on Noblesse. If you put her on Blizzard Striker, she does. Well, she actually still does less. That's crazy. That's hilarious. But yeah, as it turns out, Aiga gets about 20 hits of her burst, which hits for about 200. Escoffier gets about 20 hits of her skill, which hits for about 200. Yeah. About that. So Ayaka holds 5? No, this is Amenoma. Mona? You want me to look at Mona? Sure. The thing is,
Wield a knife with the same level of precision as a surgeon.
it's hard to be certain of Mona Omen duration
This is
before we see proper footage and testing. Because Omen duration depends on when the freeze breaks for the first time, which depends on your application.
shower me with praise. Time to shine. A little amuse bouche. The Panagomic shadows of fate written in the stars.
So we swap at 50-ish. It seems like... Wait, right, Masanori's immune to stagger, so I don't even see the actual explosion. That's fucking cooked. My god. Let's try it in the new domain. Maybe wait, does this guy have fucking freeze resistance? Because consecrated beasts do, and it kind of looks like a consecrated beast. So maybe it has freeze resistance too. No, but are you guys sure? Furnace Shell Mountain Weasel. I'll look it up. Furnace Shell Mountain Weasel Wiki. Okay, it doesn't seem like it has freeze resistance. Okay. Belette des montagnes à coquille fournaise. Ah oui, oui. What are you trying to do? We're trying to see when the omen pops.
A dash of frosting. Boost on the loop. Decided by destiny. Yeah.
We swap in at 51, it pops at like 48. So we get about an extra 3 seconds.
Fulfill our pact. Yeah.
Oh, really? Whatever.
Shower me with praise.
I have one condensed resin, so I might as well use it. $50 CD SKIRK piece, but I'm not using her sig set. Alright. So oh. How many particles does Mona skill again? I think it's RNG, right? Three to 4. Most of the time it's 3 though, so we'll just assume 3. Oh my god. Is that a team with realistic ER requirements on Mona? Insane. Insane. My god. That's crazy. Wait. Is Mona just Molani with shitty uptime on buffs? Molani does a bit of damage too. So, not quite. I mean, okay, to be fair, you get like... Mona's not gonna be bad. Don't worry. Like, it'll actually be fine. Is this Ripple Fav? No, this is TTDS Mona. Double Fav and TTDS, yeah. So this one, 565, lose a 24% attack. Gain, no, lose the crit value from deathmatch as well. Right? And Ayaka is now Mona. Mona, 287 plus 401. Attack percent. We don't have this. I don't know what the fuck this is supposed to be. Oh, it was substats, right. Does she go attack sense? ER sense is already overcapped, but I guess you still go. Well, it's probably attack goblet, actually. And with ER Sends plus her ER Ascension, you'll get like 200-ish from subs, stray subs. 200% times 20%. And that's it, right? For damage percent? Yeah. Doesn't matter for this. It doesn't ascend crit though. Okay. Motion value on the burst. 752. On the skill. 57.6. How many hits does it have again? 4? 3? 4? Yeah, the fact that you get to use TDDS is pretty big, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4. Explosion. So it's 4 plus the explosion. Okay. But we now get. Okay, we still get the TDDS. Wait a second. Did I have TTDS on the Ayaka one? Why the fuck did I have a TTDS here? That's wrong. Oopsie. Hot. Anyways. And here, the Omen is 60%. But it's not full uptime. It's gonna last for like about 2/3. So let's say 40% average. For Escoffier's damage, it's less than that though. It's gonna be like 25% average. And it will not be active for her burst. And for Farina, it's also gonna be about 25% average and not active on the burst. Okay, so this is C0 Mona. You look at C6 Mona now. Not that the constellations other than 4 don't really do anything, but still. Why not? So, this is not actually 30 CV, because it's not full uptime, again. It's gonna be about 20 CV on your carry, and about 10 CV on your other characters. And then Mona's personal damage goes up a little bit too, because of talent levels. Huge. $885. Alright. I heckin' love Mona. Wait, actually? Wait, no, never mind. I forgot to remove Hydro Resonance here as well. My god. Cooked. How the fuck do I count standard characters, dude? Wait. I forgot to bring this back to 22. Ho, 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 ho. Wait. Chat! Best team! Best C0 team! Insane! Oops. Cost, DPS, percentage of Elon. Oh, wait. Fuck! I need to fucking, ugh. Default. Let's go. Elon. Can I not just do this? Yeah, I can. Alright. There we go. So these two are with Sig. Oh man. That's crazy, chat. Good luck not overcapping, but still. Shame the Mona C1 doesn't work, yeah. If Mona C1 worked, it'd probably be a bit better, because you'd probably get a little bit more uptime on your Omen. But the C0 Mona one is still slightly better than Sing So, which is kind of pog, I guess. Okay, am I unintentionally having wrong buffs anywhere, though? I need to double check. So, Finale, attack percent, sends, substats, Vermilion. Guess I should do this, but it's not turned on anyway, so it doesn't add. H is TOM. Or no, sorry. 8 is TOM, 9 is Noblesse. 18%, that's Glad, yeah, that's not, yeah. 40% from TTDS, with about 80% uptime. That makes sense, that's a Finale attack. Damage percent, we've got Goblet, Arena. I mean, I guess I should fix the syntax of this, but it's not like it matters here. Yeah, so we got Goblet, Farina, set bonuses, and Mona. And that's it, right? Do you give SKIRK 100% Omen uptime? No. I gave her 2/3 Omen uptime. Because the Omen lasts 5 seconds without extension, but it seems like you're able to get about 3 seconds of extension. Oh yeah, you're right, this would be 6. And this is without the 20 damage percent, right? From her, like, burst. Fake-ass burst thingy. Because you're not really getting it on the first rotation, because you do a real burst, but I guess I should add it. I'll have to go through all my sheets to add it, though, because it seems like I accidentally forgot it on the first one. Oh! Alright, anyways, this seems right as well. What's this 20% from? Oh, yeah, no, that's Mona, right? What's that on Mona? Noblesse. Well, Mona is better than Yelan in this team? It seems like she is, yeah. Barely, though. It's a fucking... It's C4 Mona is 1% better than Yelan. C0 Yelan is... C0 Mona is worse. Oh, man. Is Yelan a fraud? Yes. What's her ER requirements? Around 180. It's pretty low. All things considered. That's ER Sands and that's it. Because she has ER Ascension. Is Molani better than Yelan? Does Molani just N1? EN1Q. Her Q is actually kind of significant. Like, the Q by itself is like 7k DPS. If C1, do you stack the N1? I mean, you do one stack at C0. That's... Oh, right. Probably. Because you have like about 1 second of wiggle room in that rotation. If you fully stack it, it takes you like 2 seconds. So you slow down your rotation by 1 second, but you get the C1 bonus. It's probably worth it. Masses demand hyperfridge. I refuse. I refuse. I don't wanna. Not today, at least. Is it no longer as good for SKIRK Yulong? There's a very, very, very small difference in like all the good options you have for the last slot, right? Escoffier for Rina, the gap between teams that have those two and teams that don't is big. But the last slot, the gap between Yelan, Sitlali, Mona, Mwalani, Shenhe, Singto is like 5%. Should we look at Dahlia? I looked at Dahlia in 4-star only, but not at Dahlia in Premium. So, we lose the attack. We lose the CV. We lose the damage percent. But We could probably ditch the Fab on either Escaffier or Farina. Probably ditch it on Farina. We get the attack speed, which translates to a bit more motion value. Yeah, okay, it's worse. Noticeably so. Yeah. Damn. Wait, we got an issue, right? Okay. Never mind, it's not that much worse. It's actually better than Singto. Assuming you get 2 more attacks. We still don't have any... Oh wait, fuck, it's not. You're right. Cooked. We still need some footage on attack speeds, if impact on Skirk. Like, technically... Nah, whatever. Dahlia cons? His cons don't do anything, though. Ooh, EO refund. Ooh, shield strength. Ooh, motion value on his 0 damage abilities. Ooh, burst duration. Ooh, 10% attack speed. This is the only con that does anything. And like I said, we still don't have any footage of attack speed's impact on Skirk combos. Ayato would be more useful than Dahlia if it wasn't for Eshu. I don't think that's true. The attack speed is probably going to be helpful, at least to some extent. Does Skirk have a way to consume her Void Rifts after the skill expires? No, she doesn't. That's kind of cooked. Kind of unfortunate for C1 users, huh? You want me to calc Ayato? I'll calc Ayato. Fuck you. It's 2.5 average, right? No, 3 average. We'll assume 2. The 4th of the time you only get 2. Ah, fuck it. He has his A4 right for ER. Yeah, but it's fucking stupid as hell. Because he generates... Most of your particles get generated at the start of your rotation after you've used Ayato Burst. Which means... you get to 40 energy really quickly. And after that, his passive doesn't do anything. It would be so much more helpful if it generated energy when you're above 40 instead of below 40. Anyways, this is definitely a Fav Ayato. Probably Fav Farina too. Yep, that makes sense. And Escoffier. Cooked. My. Is that just also a Fav Escoffier? It might be. But then we go Festering Farina. Just say fuck it, go Fav on all three of them. Yeah. No, there isn't really room for that. And, I mean, you could if you burst mode Skirk, but Ayato's full rotation does not make up the gap between burst Skirk and normal attack Skirk. So, it's not worth it. Over someone like you. Alright. We now get... Mm-hmm. 20%. $46.6, yeah. Substats. I'm not gonna use his fucking Nami-sen damage because he gets like 2 normal attack hits, so I don't give a shit. That's fine, yeah. Alright, now motion value. The thing about Aito is the amount of hit depends a lot on the size of the enemy. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. We got 18 hits there. But it's gonna depend a lot on the size of the enemy. How many should I assume? The minimum is 9. And then depending on the size of the enemy, it's generally going to hover between 11 and 20. I think we can assume 12. $113 times 12. And then 104.6% times 2. Oh. Crazy. So it's pretty ass. No surprise there. I should have known not to give in. All right. Of course. Alright, now I think it's time to look at the quick swap teams. The main problem I have with the quick swap teams is I think it's going to be really difficult to fit 2 15-second bursts inside a Farina fanfare window. Because if you do Farina Escoffier, right? And if you EQ into Escoffier EQ into SKIRK EQ, right? At 57, oops, I did a hold E by accident. Alright, I swap into Escoffier at 56. I swap out of Escoffier, like, right after 54. So I lost about 2 seconds of fanfare. And the base duration is 18 seconds. Which means I have 1 second of wiggle room. But that's if I do the damage instantly, because I'm pretty sure that, like, because this isn't snapshotable. So if you then do hold EQ on SKIRK, you're gonna look like a fucking idiot. Because you've now done your Q at like 4 seconds into your fanfare uptime. which means the next one will be at 19 seconds, which is after it expires. So you can't really fit 2 in, right? That's the problem. Which means you probably want to do the burst towards the start of your rotation instead. Before Escoffier? Yeah, probably. Like, I'm thinking you do Neuvillette E, Shenhe, or not Shenhe, sorry, SKIRK, EQ. Like, hold EQ. Or I guess Q hold E, because you start, because you start with full stuff, so your first burst is fine, right? So you don't need to generate risk before the first one. It's only for the second one that you need to. So it's fine to open your rotation with her. Anyways, so you do that. Then Farina EQ, then Escoffier EQ, then Neuvillette. And stay on Neuvillette until SKIRK burst is back. And then back to SKIRK and use your burst again. And then back to Neuvillette. And that's probably... Who has a burst animation of a similar length? Let's fucking pretend Citlali. Like, I don't care, man. And one advantage of this is you get to give TTDS to SKIRK. And then you probably do this. I swapped back at like 14 seconds. So I could have done hold E into Q if it was SKIRK. Right? Look at Citlali burst cooldown when I swap back to her. Right, so about 1 second cooldown, so that's a hold E into Q animation. And then you swap back to Neuvillette and you do 3 charge attacks. Oops. But the problem with that is that you then kind of look like an idiot, because you don't have 15 seconds worth of time to spend on Neuvillette. So maybe we add an Escoffier refresh? Oh yeah, we should do that. You're right. You're right, you're right, you're right. Thing, and then back to Neuvillette.
Up to the freezer.
Oops. But yeah, so you do something like this. So you probably end up with one fully, like, max fanfare buff burst and one 0 fanfare buff burst. Maybe later. So, this is just too cute. So, 234.8 times 5 plus 391.3 plus probably, yeah, 28.26 times 12 times 6 times 1.6 times 2. Motion value for this 30. An exercise redeem. Alright. Now for this, we said 18.86 when we did that earlier. Alright, and then we gotta do Nevilet. We also need to remove this. We get 24%. And the damage percent from this is 150 average. Alright. $14,695. HP percent. This shit is all out. Plus 20 from subs, 25 from resonance, 35.9 from TTDS. $5,000 base attack. Damage percent, this is probably fine. Uh, 15% times integer of this. Okay. Plus about 28%. Plus, what else do we have? Mr. Streamer, look at chat. Frick you. I don't wanna. Let's go Farina. Be that. How many particles do we get with this? Or the whole duration? One, 2, 3, 4. That was 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? I think that was 9. Probably 5 of them caught by Nevilet. Then, yeah. With 1 fab on the team, 1 proc on it, 120% ER. Pretty free. No skirk particle? Yeah, I'm assuming no skirk particles for now. Because we're not aware of a way to generate skirk particles without entering the normal attack mode. And this team does not enter normal attack mode. Artifact resets are real? Let's fucking go. Anyways, Farina catches probably just 1. Yeah. This is festering with pretty much no additional ER. And then Escoffier. It's a little cooked. This is probably ER Sands, huh? Yeah. Have plus ER Sands on Escoffier, but full damage on the rest. There's a 30-second rotation? Yes, sir. So Escoffier loses the attack sense. Goodbye. But Farina gets Festering. She already has Festering. Cool. Nevilet. Yeah. Okay. Hydro Goblet for now, yeah. What's a Skirk combo being used? Q. Hopefully that was helpful. Yeah. It's probably like 200 average. Until level 10? Yeah, it should be. SKIRK passive. SKIRK's best team is Neuvillette. Never mind. It's just Neuvillette. Lol. Is that a meme? No. No, this is a real team. This is not entirely true, though, by the way. Because all of the non-quick swap teams can, like, Omega cheat for the first rotation. Because you start with full energy, right? Or full fucking serpent. Full subtlety, right? Which means that on the first rotation, you can do a burst and a normal attack rotation. Anyways, let me go make sure that I have the 20% from her thingy everywhere. Because I didn't have it at the start. So all the sheets I copied from then didn't have it either. I had it on this one. Alright. The gap is a bit smaller. Oh well. You show poverty sheet again? I think those 20% were from Candace. I didn't have Candace in that one. Did I? Let's see, Lali Elon Singto. Candace was this one. The 20% from her was already there. PDDS Nabila, yes sir. We can take a look at how it compares to Sack Jade. The problem is you spend more than 8 seconds on field. But then you can reactivate the Sack Jade after you swap out. Because your first uptime you spend less than 8 seconds. This is the second one where you spend more, so it's not that big of a deal. Because you only lose it at the end. It's a crit that's going to be the problem, but whatever. Oh no, it's 10 seconds. Oh, do you lose it then? So is 3 charge attacks enough time to lose it? He started at like 50. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. I'll start my charge attack at 56. You lose it like on the last tick, maybe. I guess it's fine then. But yeah, it's the crit rate's gonna be a problem. Because you're starting at... You're starting at 92. So we're probably losing like 10% crits worth of value from the Sack Jade. So I'll just do 26.8 instead of 36.8. Seems like it's slightly better than TDDS, but barely. I guess at R5 it'll be noticeably better. Oh well. For reference, what are normal Nivelette teams at? Perfect rotations on the Nivelette Escoffier stuff is hovering slightly north of 100k. This is better. But it's harder to play. You can do the same thing with Ayaka, no? I mean, you could, but it's gonna be a lot worse because Ayaka fucking sucks. Like, which character do you want to replace with Ayaka? Escoffier, you're an idiot. Farina, you're an idiot. Neuvillette does more damage than Ayaka does, so what the fuck is the point? SKIRK does more damage than Ayaka does, so what the fuck is the point? But if you really want to play Ayaka, I guess I should check if Quick Swap SKIRK is better than SKIRK carry with Ayaka. The only problem is, like, the optimal way to play it is going to be to use your Ayaka burst every 20 seconds and your SKIRK burst every 15 seconds. But the rotations for that are going to be way too fucking dank. So you'll probably end up just using Ayaka burst every 30 seconds instead to make it line up. Ayaka wants Shenhe too much. No, I'm pretty sure SKIRK does more than Ayaka. Alright, you gotta remember, okay? SKIRK has amazing synergy with Ayaka, but SKIRK is dog shit. Or sorry, not SKIRK. Fucking hell. Shenhe has amazing synergy with Ayaka, but Shenhe's dog shit. One day... Truth slipped, true and real. Okay, I guess it's probably more gonna be more like 150 instead of 180. SKIRK Holdy doesn't produce particles? Yeah, I know. This is 4 particles from Escafie and 4.5 from each of all 3 of Ayaka's E's. My god. Even in a rotation like this, it's still 145 ER requirements. That's kind of wild. I guess it's enough to justify swapping back to Farina to proc the Fav. And then you can funnel it into Ayaka. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. We don't get this. This is only 150 average. We don't get any of that shit. We get this. We're gonna pretend like we can have 2 R5 Finale of the Deeps. Is SKIRK actually as bad as they say? Who says she's bad? Oh yeah, I guess he should do 2 SKFEs. I'm an idiot. Instead of swapping back to Farina, you're better off swapping back to SKFE. Of course. Yeah, this is a lot more chill. The entire Reddit? That's because you're taking your information off of Reddit. SKIRK is looking to be pretty fucking strong. But incredibly reliant on SKFE, and fairly reliant on Farina too. So Fab Farina, yeah. Probably don't need Fab Farina, but it helps. Anyways, how many N2Cs do you get? Should we look at 4? 5 maybe? Let's say 5. Probably fine. We N2C it up. Yeah. This... Why does Iskafi have less attack? Or less damage percent, I mean. Okay, because this is fake as fuck. This is not 220. This is 150-ish. Alright. This is also 150. Hot. Okay! It's not her best team at C0 anymore! Huge! Well, I guess it is, because Mona C4 don't count, huh? Anyways, quick swap, Ayaka. This is... This is Ayaka where you on-field Ayaka. This is Ayaka where you on-field SKIRK. It's a 0.1% difference. It's so funny, man. Oh, that's so fucking funny. Big Ayaka, yes sir. I need to check something real quick. Oh no. Skirk might be the new best last teammate for Knight teams. Explain? Okay, maybe not, because the Void Rift generation won't work actually. But Superconduct works.
Boring. Isn't there anything else
So with the Ansan,
to do? Oh, wait, the water levels aren't rising, are they?
because like, just in terms of motion value, assuming you get all the stacks you need, right? Her burst, even with no additional party members, right, is 234.8 times 5 plus 391.3 plus 12 times 6 times 28.26, right? It's 3,600 motion value with 0 ER requirements. We've already seen earlier that Escoffier's whole rotation is about 4,000 motion value, so this is pretty similar.
Are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
But you also get the skill talent level for Kanicha's damage. I'm... Oh no, you don't. You're right. I'm an idiot. You're right. I'm an idiot. Okay, we're fine. It's fine. This is probably not enough, right? She does have high base attack and a good free-to-play weapon. But it's probably not enough. Especially with the scuff related to Void Rift generation in those teams.
Who knew the people would adore me so much?
What about Varisa teams? No. Yonsan is too good. What are the other carries that can fit slot in Farina? Chaska? Oh, she's gonna be good in Chaska teams. Yeah, definitely better than Sitlali. Chaska, Farina, SKIRK, Escoffier. Yeah, that's gonna be the new best Chaska team that isn't Mawika Melt. I should have known. I should have known. What about... No. No. Dude, no. No. Look at her normal attack motion value, look at her skill motion value. No. Don't do that to yourself. Although, Chongyun cooldown reduction would help for the burst cooldown. Ooh. Maybe you're onto something. Maybe you're onto something, actually. I should have known not to give in. Quake swap with Navia? 30-second rotation, 3 E's on Navia with Shilone and Farina. Problem is going to be generating Void Rifts because you don't have Cryo App outside of her burst. And that only generates 1 Rift. Drop Shilone and go with Scuffy. I mean, at that point, why the fuck is Navia on the team, you know? Look at this. I'll look at it. Jesus fucking, that's the most McDonald's sound I've ever heard. Jesus. Hey, wait.
Shower me with praise.
Alright. Mike should be back to normal now. Yeah, so it looks like you get N3 if you don't do any dash cancels. But you might be able to get more with dash cancels. But this is the sort of showcase I was waiting for to like be more certain about stuff. It's a good showcase. Wait, it looks like the N4 went through. Yeah, the N4 went through, even without any cancels. N5 has to be doable then. So I guess she's stronger. We calc melt yet? Is there a chance it's the best 4-star only team for SKIRK? I'll take a look, man, but like, fuck. Melt. We'll have to change this sheet quite a bit. Finale, 4-star, melt. Most likely, he's melting this. For now, I'm gonna assume that the time rule reset happens after the N5 hit. Because I think that's how it is. I think it hits before the 2.5 second mark. But it might not be the case, so I'm not sure. Anyways, so we need to add EM multiplier, E attack 1, E attack 2, E attack, melt 1, E attack, melt 2. MV melt 1, MV melt 2. But yeah, so your problem in a team like this is going to be actually getting your rifts, right? You're going to need a second cryo, most likely. And you're going to need them to... No. Fuck, how are you doing it? I guess you're just not, man. Yeah, so you just don't do a full rotation. Do you do 20-second rotations? And you're getting, like... I don't know if you get 5 and 5, or 3 and 5s before it runs out. I don't think so. Probably 2 and 5 into 1 and 3. Can't go maliciously anymore. Okay. Although the fact you don't have to use the Q anymore is nice, I suppose. Because you don't have Void Rifts to pick up, so there's no point to using it, so you don't have to waste time waiting for it, with, like, doing the animation. What would we do? Bennett, Shanling, and what? What would be the last slot? Yeon-san? Sounds like a plan, yeah. But she doesn't really move much, so I don't know. Reloaded. I want to do 4-star only for now. You can't get a Crawl Swirl using Sucrose. Sayona? No, that won't be good. I guess there is no good last law, huh? Erin has free 200 EM and Eshu. It's not actually Eshu because her shield doesn't last long enough, does it? Well, I guess maybe it does. But it's such a weak shield, so I don't know. It's 12-second duration. Yeah, I guess it's long enough. I think it's probably still just Yeon-san. But Yeon-san can't go Cinder City, or can't get 40% damage from Cinder City, because you don't have Cryo to apply all field. Or Marie? No. Who else could be good? Way too shit. Dahlia. No. Yeah, I guess there's no one that's good here. So you just, sure, let's go Diona. Fine. 5% motion value increase isn't useless. It's not like anyone's good. So, with Diona we can go Eshu, I suppose. Attack substat, attack sense, attack percent in your artifact substats. And then, other than that, what other attack percent do we have? We have Power Resonance. We're not picking up the pepper. Donut buff. Damage percent, we have Goblet. We don't have Farina anymore. Goodbye. We probably go Cinder City Diona. So we have a support set that doesn't force us to go on 4-star stats because we need the shield to survive. We don't get the 20% from this. Why was it there twice? Because I copied the Ayato one, right? We do get 40% from Eshu though. Is that it? 40% from Eshu, 40% from... Yeah, and then we also have the set. Instructor isn't good. I think you'd rather go Cinder City. No Nylon character. I know. The Cinder City on Diona. It's 12% damage. EM on these don't matter because they're not reacting. Okay, we don't have this. The rest is fine, and we get 32 from Eshu. So, first hit is getting melted. Fourth hit is getting melted. Last hit is getting melted. This is gonna be dog shit. My god. I can't be bothered changing the whole format to put Bennett on Noblesse, but Bennett's gonna be on Noblesse here. On the bright side, this makes the non-Escoffier freeze teams look good. Is that worse than yeah. Oh boy. It's so funny that her plunge motion value is lower than her normal attacks. My god. This team being as high as it is pisses me off so much, by the way. Default, but with Charlotte. Like, Charlotte as a last slot with SKIRK Farina? Why would you use Charlotte? Just for TTDS? Because that's pretty much all you get from Charlotte. Barbara's probably better. Because she gives you Hydro Resonance for Farina. And some Hydro damage. What are your thoughts so far? I don't know, man. I think the problem with SKIRK is her base design. So it's hard for me to opine on her numbers. Because, like, obviously the numbers piss me off because it's a result of the base design pissing me off. The character shouldn't be as reliant on being in her optimal teams as SKIRK is. It feels like a Star Rail fucking character. And it's something I don't like at all. Alright, like, this is the highest no Escoffier team. 30% behind. That means pulling for Escoffier is giving you 45% more damage in this team. That's too much, man. It's just a Firefly run May situation. Yeah, like it's a very Star Rail thing. Like, obviously Star Rail isn't the first gacha game to have teams where specific supports are necessary for the carries to be good. But that doesn't mean it's a good thing. It's still a bad thing. Is it like C6 Farazan for Shao? It's a bigger difference than Farazan. Is it like Citlali for Malvika? It's a much bigger difference than Citlali. You have to look. You have to think about it this way, okay? Citlali is a pretty good upgrade over her alternatives in an archetype that already had good carries. And also that got a new carry on the same patch as Citlali's release. Escoffier is an incredibly major upgrade in an archetype that has dog shit units. So, like, the best Citlali teams will be better than the best Escoffier teams, but it's just because the carries are better. Pretty much, yeah. Like, the best team you'll be able to make with Skirk without Escoffier is gonna be worse than, like, fucking Cinder City Rosaria instead of an on-fielder. If you have Escoffier. Like, this is noticeably worse than using Escoffier Rosaria. Fuck, even Escoffier Mika is better than Skirk Mika here. Like, it... Doing physical normal attacks on Escoffier is better than actually playing Skirk properly without Escoffier. But Skirk with Escoffier is actually pretty strong. Like, Skirk is not an underwhelming unit. Skirk is a pretty good carry. But she's incredibly reliant on Escoffier. Much more than Mawika's reliant on Citlali. How's C3 Mona instead of Mika here? Here? You don't have a healer. Don't do Proto Amber Mona as a healer. It doesn't work, man. Yeah, exactly, Wolf. Like, this is very much a case of Escoffier was the Sunday for Ayaka's Jingyuan. And now Skirk is a glug glug glug. And if you don't already have the fucking Jingyuan, or if you don't already have the Sunday, don't fucking waste your time on a glug glug glug. Alright, if you already have Escoffier, Skirk is a fucking skip. Easiest skip I've ever seen. It's way worse than Aguilera Sunday. Is it? $131k DPS. That's with Sig, the 131k one. This is the default premium team with Sig. Maybe, I don't know. If no Escoffier, Skirk is a skip, yeah. How much worse does Magical say over Sig set? It's better, unless you have a crit weapon. How's Skirk no Escoffier versus Ayaka no Escoffier? Skirk is a little bit better, but not much. Cause like, Skirk is more reliant on Escoffier than Ayaka is, but she's a lot less dog shit than Ayaka. But also, chat, keep in mind, okay? This is the second rotation onwards DPS, right? Let's go to the fucking Mona C4 one, right? And let's see what happens on the first rotation. All right, this is second rotation onwards. Let's look at first rotation. Right? First rotation, 154k DPS. It out DPS's Mawika on the first rotation. Why is the first rotation so much bigger? Because in Abyss you spawn with full Serpent Subtlety. Which means you can use your burst, like the burst that does damage, with max stacks. Then you can E and get the 45 Serpent Subtlety and do a normal attack uptime. But that's only on the first chamber. I wonder how it goes if you like finish the enemy mid uptime and you have like 30 Serpent Subtlety left. I wonder if you start with 30 next chamber. I'm very curious. Yeah, although the fact that you have a good amount of damage from the rest of the team with Escuffier and Farina means that if the enemy has like 10% HP left, you can just do a whole E to get plus 45. And then kill them off with Escuffier or Farina. And you probably carry that 45 over into the next chamber. And then you can start the next chamber by doing her whole E into your setup, into a burst, into a tap E. Anyways. How does SKIRK vertical investment compare to other DPSs? It's looking pretty good for her. Your combo probably becomes N5C. Maybe not, actually. We can look at C1. Denali, default, C1. Let me check the showcase that was posted and see how many void rifts get generated over the whole thing. Yeah, so you only get 4 plus the 3. 4 plus 3. You're gonna want to add a charge attack at the end. So, and see, you lose 1 normal attack. You gain 1 charge attack. And you gain charge attack damage, yeah. Plus 500% times 7. Default with C1. C1 is looking slightly better than Sig. Default C1R1. That shit is gonna be cringe though. C1R1 is fucking weird because her signature set doesn't affect the C1 damage, but the R1 forces you to go off of Marie-José. So what the fuck are you supposed to do, man? Is it actually a Vermilion angle? Her signature set looks like it's still about as good as Vermilion. Neither of them is great, though. Is this just DPC, then? It's probably just DPC, then. Because the attack speed is probably enough to make the difference, huh? Oh, man. She doesn't have a good set, man. Well, how much crit are you starting with? 89. Marie-José might be better even if you're overcapped by like 10%. Because her other options are so dog shit at C1R1. Dude, why is her C1 charge attack damage if her signature set doesn't buff charge attacks? Like, why? Why? Yesterday, why would you charge attack? Yeah, I mean, if you don't have C1, you don't charge attack. Well, you charge attack once, just because you need to for the uptime, but that's it. Like, realistically, her best set is probably going to be DPC, but I don't know exactly how many more attacks you get because of the attack speed, so I don't want to calculate yet until we have some footage with it. Whatever, man. For now, we'll just do this. Cooked artifacts, lol. Oh, I'm an idiot. That was wrong, though, right? Okay. That was fine. And this I forgot to remove that. Oopsie. Everybody knows. Finale default C2. What does the C2 do again? Oh, it makes the... Oh. Okay. It's a lot better for the burst version, I think. This one is just 60 damage percent. Actually... No, yeah. Yeah. At that point, you're probably better off replacing the vedette from Walani, huh? Why is default C2 below default C1? What do you mean? This is C1 R1. No, it's just C1. No vid today. No, we'll do it. Don't worry. What a fucking joke of a constellation this is, man. Okay, how good is this? Which one is Ruin? Is that the normal one? Yeah, that's the normal one. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good, huh? Oh well. C1 SKIRK versus C1 SKIRK. That's a good one to look at, sure. Constellations on different characters. Um, Finale, default, C1 SKIRK. Alright, what does this SKIRK C2 do? C1 do again? I4 gore. We get full uptime on this, yeah. Plays on SKIRK. On SKIRK, it's not full uptime. 45% average. Default with C1 SKIRK. It's pretty similar. Then default with C1 Farina. Um, how exactly does it work again? 150 instantly and 100 more limit. Yeah. like very similar, I guess. All the relevant C1s. And by relevant, I mean everyone except Yalon. Or one is confused. Or one is confused gonna be a bit worse, because you use 5 in this team. But without the 5, your ER requirements get a little scuffed. What's your opinion on the calamity of Eshu on SKIRK with Farina, Escapese, Lolly? It's pretty good. Well, the biggest issue is that Citlali's shield is kind of weak, so it's easy for it to get destroyed. And if it gets destroyed, you lose the Eshu bonus. But it's pretty good. Alright, let me take a look, Prostal. It just says loading, but it's finished loading. So, oh, never mind. Okay. Okay, first, I was not using Saga, I was using TDDS, but yeah. Also, I was doing a different rotation. Let me take a look at what I was doing. See who's... My SKIRK DPR was a decent amount higher. Nevilet DPR is pretty much exactly the same. A little bit lower, but that's because I'm on TTDS, so it makes sense. Farina, pretty similar. Escoffier, pretty similar. It's just a SKIRK that's like noticeably higher. Half uptime TTDS. Weapon, Sands, Substat. I guess my Farina damage is higher when I go Golden Troop, huh? What's your... Russell, what's your fanfare assumption on Farina? And how many hits are you getting? Also, there's an exercise redeem. For the Google log 200 fanfare. Yeah, but that's probably 200 fanfare for the carry. Like for Nevidet, because it shouldn't be 200 fanfare for Farina. Each character gets a different amount of fanfare. They don't do their damage in the same time windows, and your fanfare generation is kind of staggered. Russell said they'd leave. Oh. I didn't think they were actually gonna leave. I thought they just meant, like, I don't mind if you don't look at it. But bro actually just left. I see. Well. I don't know what to say then. Oh! Okay. Wait, no. Okay, no, he is getting 18. No, wait, what's going on then? Final HP total is at 37k. I'm at 41k. With literally 0 substat, it's higher than 37k. I'm guessing this is Hydro Goblet then? Yeah, it is. Okay. So it's Hydro Goblet. Where's the Hydro damage coming from? Probably the Fanfare? Maybe? Sure, let's assume that's the Fanfare. ER seems high. No, I guess it's fine. Never mind. It's festering after gore. Okay, you see the formula? This is not a fucking properly shareable thingy. So, I don't know. Yeah, the 46 is the Fanfare. 100%. Okay. There's 70% skill damage, there's Fanfare, there's Hydro Goblet. But there's also her own damage percent that I don't think is anywhere. But I don't know. Like the 28 damage percent she gets from her Ascension passive, and then the 32% from weapon. I don't know where they're implemented, but I don't see them anywhere. Artifact bonus is the far left window? Like here, you mean? Or you mean this? For the artifact? Yeah. But where's weapon? Like, it says Vestring, but where... It doesn't say 32% for the damage other than here, which is text, it's not a count. So I don't know where it's being, like, calced. And the numbers are much lower than mine, so I feel like something has to be weird. You know? Oh, why the fuck is this 22, though? Oopsie. Wait, has it been 22 this whole time? Oh! Cooked. 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 Caught. My numbers are still a decent amount bigger than Prassel's, but they're not as big as I thought they were. Oopsie. Time to change tweet again? Yeah. Never mind, it's Mona. That's not how you write never mind. No one saw that. Never mind. It's... Okay! What do you mean now you're giving me a fucking... I thought Mona was pretty bad here. It's better than I thought it was. But part of that is the C4 Mona being pretty good, and half of the players already having C4 Mona because everyone fucking loses their 50-50s, true and real. Wait, what does my ratio look like? Again, I had someone built with, was it Mika? No. Was it Crimine? No. Who did I put it on? PG? Did I not put it on anyone? I thought I did.
1, 2, breathe. 3.
Alloy. I put it on Alloy. Right. So, I'm overcapped like this. I'm overcapped if I use Mona. By a decent amount. Oh, right. I got that yesterday. I forgot. I guess I just use this instead, right? A bit worse in terms of artifact quality. Might as well see if this only rolls into crit and attack. Like, there's a chance. Fuck it. Let me, like, give me as a Zajef piece. No, because it's too unlikely that it only rolls into crit damage. I want at least 2 good outcomes. Because a 1 out of 2 is a lot easier to hit than a 1 out of 4 when you need to hit it multiple times. That's why the fucking 6 roll EM pieces are so rare. Because you need to win your 1 out of 4 5 times in a row. It's rough. Right, like if you start a 4-liner with EM versus a 4-liner with double crit, the odds of getting your 4-liner with EM to only roll into EM are the same as the odds of getting your 4-liner to roll only into crit. And then back to back another 4-liner that rolls only into crit. It's like orders of magnitude less likely. So I would generally not roll something that only has one useful roll. If it's a 3-liner, I'll roll it to 4, see if it gets a good useful roll at 4. But if it doesn't get a good useful roll at 4, it's a 1 out of 4 times. Not for that. I'm good. Anyways, I don't care about this piece. Right? Yeah. Let's just roll attack and crit. I'll take it. It's an upgrade. It's an upgrade. We take those. I'm still a little overcapped, but not nearly as much. Right? I'm overcapped by 5% with Mona. It's fine. It's 7%, whatever. What weapon? Aquila? I might craft Finale. Do I even have the recipe? I don't want to accidentally start the quest. Let's go to Leah. You can just buy it? Oh. Okay, cool.
The sun feels
And do I have any of the
lights I'm in front of all the time.
of the necessary minerals? Or am I actually gonna have to, like, Omega farm? Okay, I don't have the recipe, but you guys said I can just buy it, so that's fine. What materials does it need? Is it just these? Or is it a different material? Fontaine Blacksmith? It's a Fontaine one, but I don't know how many of the Fontaine one I have. 10,000? Yeah, bro, I have a fucking infinite amount of them. But they decided to make the new weapons require different minerals just to fuck with me, man. Yeah. Oh. 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 Oh boy. Well, that's unfortunate. How's that possible? Why would I break them? Whatever.
There's still a lot of room for improvement with this.
Get all 250 in an hour? Yeah, but that's an hour of fucking mineral farming. You think I want to do that? Ning reveals the stuff on the map, right? And then use Veresa for traversal. And Molani if there's water, perhaps?
Let's make
There's a
it.
lot underwater. How do you get the ones underwater? Like, how do you break them? Crab? Oh. What are they called again?
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
Jellyfish is better, I see. Ondescence crystal? My goodness, there is quite a lot, huh? Gee. They're in Nutland too, really? Oh, they are. Well, I'd probably rather do it in Nutland then. Okay. We'll go to Nutland after this. Is it only one per? Oh man, I thought it would be more.
Solidified.
This one? Isn't Mawika better? Is she? Oh yeah. Oh, you're right. Underwater is a lot more chill, actually. Use double animal for this? Yeah, right. If I'm gonna be underwater, I should be using a different team. Does animal actually matter? I don't think so, right?
The pleasure is all mine.
Fuck. Oh. Really? Anyways. Hog Mora. Use character with lost prayers to boost move speed. It doesn't work. In underwater. Is there a crab anywhere? Eh, there's a jellyfish. Ooh. My goodness. +5. could just do this. In-game music? No, I don't want it. No, it hurts. Alright, you know what? Fine. Let's put in-game music. Sure. We've been listening to the same album for a while.
Running late again.
Right. Think, where the fuck are you pathing me towards white iron chunks?
Time to roll.
Music mod check. Where can I find a thingy? Wasn't there a jellyfish that way earlier? Or am I somewhere else? Oh. There's a crab, I guess. How many am I at now? Surely I'm at least at 50, right? Yeah, okay. I took about 50. I don't think I'll get all 250 today, but... at least now I have enough to craft one. Although I don't have the more to level it, but that's okay. Alright, chat. I think it's time to record the first impressions on SKIRK video. Do you have enough billets to get R5? I think so. I have 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I do. I also have the box, right? I have 3 boxes. Alright, we'll go back to the playlist. I like that the first song it defaults to the ghost song. Good one. Alright, everyone say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi to the first impressions on SKIRK and Dahlia. This video is going to be very reminiscent of the first impressions on Iskafi and Aoife, where I'm like, wow, this 5-star character is pretty good. Wow, this 4-star character is complete and utter trash. Goodness. Wow. Because I know that no one, like literally not a single person watching decided to click on this video for Dahlia, I'll start with SKIRK. But in case you don't exist, in case you're someone who actually did click on this video for Dahlia, I will talk about him later on in the video. So, what the heck is a SKIRK? SKIRK is a cryo sword character. Base attack is the highest in the game, tied with Mawika at 359. Base defense and base HP are actually on the higher side for carries, so she's, you know, she's not going to be too squishy or anything like that. Crit damage ascension, that's great because she's a cryo character, which means cryo resonance can exist, and that can give her 15% crit rate. As we're going to see, she is heavily encouraged to be played in freeze teams, and ideally freeze teams with Farina, which means that her artifact options are going to include both Maréchal and Blizzard Sprayer. And so she ends up with a lot of sources of external crit rate, so having crit damage instead of crit rate is actually a pretty big deal here. But yeah, let's just get right into it. Her normal attacks do not matter. They are complete dog shit. They are awful. Yeah, well, she's got a skill and a burst, and the skill gets her normal attacks, but they're not these normal attacks, so they don't matter. So, elemental skill, Havoc Warp. Imitates the combat style of the Foul. Produces different effects depending on whether you tap or hold. Tap, SKIRK gains 45 Serpent Subtlety, which is her energy mechanic. Just like Mawika, SKIRK doesn't have actual energy. Instead, she has a pseudo-energy bar that isn't called energy, because, I don't know, it's more fun that way, apparently. Okay, cool. They wanted her to be special and shit. So, yeah. And she enters the 7-phase flash mode, which is effectively just her like altered state where she can do cryo normal attacks. The hold also gets you 45 Serpent Subtlety, but does not enter the mode. It's also an overworld ability, but as we're going to see later, this is not only an overworld ability, it's also a combat ability. But what the fuck do I mean by that? Well, but in order to understand that, we need to look at what the burst does. So, elemental burst, Havoc, Ruin. SKIRK's elemental burst is not reliant on energy, but instead of Serpent Subtlety, that's what we already said. When SKIRK has at least 50, as a reminder, the skill gives you 45, so the skill by itself isn't enough. She can expend all her Serpent Subtlety to unleash her elemental burst, ripping her space, blah blah blah. The damage dealt by an instance of this elemental burst is increased by each point of Serpent Subtlety over 50. So it's somewhat similar to Mawika in that way as well, where you need to have a certain amount to actually be able to use it, but if you have more than that amount, the damage gets increased. That being said, with Mawika, it keeps increasing forever, in the sense that, like, you still get an increase from 190 to 200 Fighting Spirit. In SKIRK's case, she's maxed out at 100 Serpent Subtlety, but it stops increasing damage post 62. It's only the first 12 points over 50. The thing is, it increases it a lot, right? Each normal hit at talent level 9, there's 5 normal hits and 1 final hit, right? Each normal hit is 234.8, and the final hit is 391.3. But Each of these hits get increased by 28.6 per point, and you have 12 of them, which is more than the base numbers. In other words, at 50 Serpent Subtlety, your motion value on burst is 1500. At 62 or higher, it's 3600. More than double. And it gets further increased by her Ascension passive, which we'll talk about it later. When SKIRK is in her enhanced normal attack, when she's in her uptime after using the tap skill, her burst gets replaced by a different one. Havoc Extinction. Havoc Extinction. A special elemental burst that can be used without consuming Serpent Subtlety. After using it, SKIRK will gain the All Shall Wither effect, which will last until 7-phase flash ends. After unlocking her passives, so while All Shall Wither is active, her normal attacks get a little bit more damage. And the amount of damage is increased based on the amount of Void Rift she absorbs, but we'll get into that in a second. Basically, her alternative burst is just a bit of damage bonus. At talent level 10, it's 20% normal attack damage. It's very, very small. As we're going to see in a second, the purpose of using this mini burst is not actually this 20% damage bonus. So, let's look at her Ascension passives. When nearby party members trigger Frozen, Superconduct, Cryo Swirl, or Cryo Crystallize, so all cryo reactions except Melt, a Void Rift will be created up to once every 2.5 seconds, and you can have up to three of them on the field at once. Once they get generated, SKIRK can absorb them in order to generate 8 Serpent Subtlety for each Void Rift absorbed. So this is the way that she makes up that missing Serpent Subtlety, from the fact that her skill gives her 45, but she needs 62 to get her burst. But also, she loses about 7 per second, which means that in order to get 12.5 seconds of uptime, because it stops once you run out of Serpent Subtlety, you need to have, about 80-something, 90-ish. And that's only gonna happen through getting the additional Serpent Subtlety from this Ascension passive. She can absorb the Void Rifts by doing a charge attack in her 7-phase flash, so doing a charge attack during her normal attack uptime. But the charge attack is dog shit. The charge attack numbers are awful. You want to use it as rarely as possible. So, ideally, you don't want to do that. Other option, when she uses her special elemental burst, right? So the one that doesn't cost energy, the one that you do if you choose to go for the normal attack playstyle. And you get this 20% damage percent. You also get to not need to use a charge attack to absorb the first 3 rifts. And finally, she also absorbs the rifts if she uses her hold skill, which is important because otherwise she wouldn't have a way to absorb the rifts without entering the phase or the state that makes her lose Serpent Subtlety over time. Right? In other words, when you do the burst focus playstyle, you do her hold E plus her burst. That's 45 plus absorbing 24. That's 69 absorbed. And that's enough to get the 62 lower limit to activate the max damage on the burst. If you do the normal attack playstyle, instead, you do a tap E, and then you do the enhanced burst, or it's not really enhanced, but like the fake burst, basically. The second version of the burst, which doesn't do any damage, which just gives you a bit of damage percent. And that second version of the burst absorbs the 3 Void Rifts. And then later on, you do a charge attack once you start getting close to running out to absorb the Void Rifts that you generated during SKIRK's uptime. And you shouldn't need more than 1 charge attack if that's what you do. And like I said, because the charge attack is so bad, you want to use it as rarely as possible. Last part of her kit is also pretty important, and is a pretty big deal. When nearby, Hydro Party members deal Hydro damage, or Cryo Party members deal Cryo damage, other than SKIRK. So what that means is, effectively, Animo characters absorbing Cryo doesn't do anything. Pyro characters getting a Chongyun Cryo infusion doesn't count either. It's basically just based on the number of Cryo or Hydro Party members you have. SKIRK gets stacks. And each stack increases the damage of her normal attacks and her burst, but not her charge attacks, which is part of why her charge attacks are so dogshit. 1 stack, 10% on normal attacks. 2 stacks, 20%. 3 stacks, 70%. And this is a multiplicative thing, so it's fucking necessary. Wait. Is this mistranslated? I just realized this says increases by 110% of its original. It's supposed to be 2, right? Right? It's supposed to be 2, right? Not by, right? It was the same with Nevided in his beta. Okay. Yeah. So my current understanding is that this is basically multiplied by 1.1, not by 2.1. And from having looked at the numbers, I think it's incredibly unlikely that it's multiplied by 2.1. Anyways, and the burst is 5%, 15%, 60%. Basically, the first 2 stacks aren't that big of a deal, but the last one is a massive difference. And this is going to heavily impact her team building and push her into the like mono freeze teams. Paired with Escoffier having a similar condition and being one of the best units in the game. Like, I think Escoffier might be up there with Bennett competing for the best support. He is that good. Anyways, paired with that, and Escoffier having the same condition, it effectively means that if you want to play SKIRK and you don't have Escoffier, she's gonna be dog shit. Like, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but like, from what I've seen, doing like Farina Escoffier Singto is like a 40% increase over Farina Yelan plus like next best healer after Escoffier that fits in those teams. It's yeah, it's a fucking canyon, okay? It's a canyon. It's a massive difference. Anyways, before we get any further, we need to look at the numbers. We've already said that the burst ends up being around 3,600 motion value. And also, actually, her exploration passive is actually good. It's not an exploration passive. This is like Child's passive, but good, right? If you fulfill her trigger condition with only Hydro and Cryo Party members, this has the additional condition of having at least one of each, right? This, you can still get the full thing if you have 4 Cryo characters. This one won't activate with 4 Cryo characters. Anyway, you increase your party's skill level by 1. Which is nice for Escoffier, it's nice for Farina. Okay, dude. Anyways. If you decide to go for the burst mode, right? That 3600 motion value multiplied by 1.6 from that Ascension 4 passive is almost 6000 motion value. This is more than Ayaka's burst plus 2 skills. It's not more than Ayaka burst plus 2 skills plus a bunch of charge attacks. But man. Anyways. If you do the skill, I'm going to use talent level 10 instead of talent level 9 for the skill because she increases her own skill talent by 1. First hit, 262 motion value, then 236, then 149 twice, then 159 twice, then 388. And all of this is multiplied by 1.7. So a full normal attack string is 2500 motion value. This is one N5C from Risley. This is one N5 from SKIRK. And they take a similar amount of time. And it's not like Risley has that much more, like, stats. Like, he does get 30% attack from this. That's cool. Well, at least there's that. But, like, yeah. Yeah. I'm just trying to give you some, like, frame of reference based on characters that are already released. Anyways. The upper limit of normal attacks that you can do, from what I've seen, it seems like you can do up to 4 full N5 strings in the 12.5 seconds. But that's assuming you don't have to worry about Serpent Subtlety. The problem is, you don't have 12.5 seconds of skill up time from the 45 from this plus the 24 absorbed from the burst. You only have about 10 seconds. And if you add a charge attack in your attack string, you probably won't have enough time to make it to the N5. I've been assuming that you do N5 3 times and N3. with generally 2, like N5 twice, charge attack, N5, N3. That's what I've been looking at for now. It's hard to tell until we have proper showcases how those combos change with attack speed. We don't have any attack speed showcases yet with Mika, Dahlia, Yunjin. Although you're not going to use Yunjin. Be honest with yourself. Mika, Dahlia, Chongyun. We don't have those yet, but I mean I'll talk about that quite a bit in the pre-release. But she'll be able to get more than 9,000 motion value with her normal attack playstyle. And a little bit under 6,000 with the burst playstyle. That being said, the burst playstyle is locked in 15-second rotations, right? Because your skill cooldown is 9 seconds, but you can't do 2. You can only do 1 in 15 seconds. Your burst cooldown is 15. So if you do the burst playstyle, you can burst up to once every 15 seconds. If you do the normal attack playstyle, though, you've got about 12 seconds of uptime, a little bit over that, into 9 seconds of cooldown. The cooldown doesn't start until your skill uptime is over. So you're locked at 22-ish plus second rotations. If you're just looking at the amount of motion value you get per second in like the best case scenario stuff, right? It'd be this divided by 22 versus this divided by 15. And the burst is actually not that far behind. The problem is that SKIRK's burst playstyle isn't as good if you're not bursting exactly off cooldown. And bursting exactly off cooldown requires you to have your buffs exactly off cooldown, which is honestly generally pretty difficult to make work. You're often going to end up using teams where your buff cooldown is longer than 15 seconds. And so you won't actually burst off cooldown. What that means is that SKIRK has the potential ability to be used in quickswap playstyles. But that's going to be very dependent on what teammates you use her with her. Otherwise, you can use her as a dedicated carry, and she'll be pretty good there. I haven't yet looked at every single possible combination, but for now, it looks like in order to get the most out of SKIRK, you kind of need to have Escoffier, and it helps a lot to also have Farina. Missing out on Escoffier, getting Escoffier increases your team DPS by like more than 40%. Getting Farina is like 20%, 30%, but it's still significant. The last slot, though, there's like a fucking 1 to 2% difference between all your options. Although, at least all the good ones. Yelan is pretty good. Citlali is pretty good. Mualani is good, and it pisses me off. It looks like, from the calcs I've done so far after 1 day of calcing, the strongest C0 team I've found was with Mualani. Mona C4 seemed to cheat like 1% higher than Mualani, but that's not C0. Yeah. It sure do be like that. Anyways. One other thing that I think is worth mentioning is that even if you don't get any stacks on this, it's still like a pretty decent amount of motion value that gets front-loaded on a character that doesn't need ER. The problem is that without Hydro characters, it might be difficult to generate the Void Rifts for the Serpent Subtlety generation. And without Serpent Subtlety, your E only gets you 45, which is not enough to burst. However, if instead of every 15 seconds, you burst every 18 seconds, that can let you get 2 hold skills, which is going to max out your Serpent Subtlety. And so you could use her as solo cryo just as a fucking deals damage, I guess. And she's actually going to be pretty decent there. Not great. Honestly, not nearly as good as she is going to be in her freeze teams, but usable, which I guess is nice. Last important point is that from what I've seen and from what I've heard, it seems like in Abyss, you start with full Serpent Subtlety. What that means is that you can do the damage burst and then use your tap skill and then do your uptime for the first rotation. The thing is, as it turns out, adding a fucking whole ass Ayaka rotation on top of your damage is a little strong. Yeah, her first rotation damage in the first chamber, I've calced to actually be higher than Maoika. Her first, without Escoffier, her first rotation is like almost Hu Tao level. True. That might be a bit too pessimistic. It's probably still above Hu Tao, but oh well. Anyways, all of this to say, SKIRK is a unit that is going to be pretty ass without Escoffier, but really good with Escoffier. I've seen very mixed thoughts on her so far. I've seen people say that she's very strong, and I've also seen a lot of people be disappointed with her power. And I can understand. Honestly, first rotation bullshit aside, her numbers are honestly not all that impressive. But Escoffier's fucking broken. Which means that her teams are still actually pretty damn good. She's not that much better than Ayaka, but she is better than Ayaka. And the first rotation bullshit is completely wild. That being said, fucking normal attack Escoffier with Chongyun is probably better than the best SKIRK team that doesn't have Escoffier. So if you're not considering SKIRK just because you like her, like if meta plays any role whatsoever in your decision on who to pull for, do not skip Escoffier for SKIRK. If you don't have enough for both, get Escoffier and accept that you might get SKIRK on a rerun. That being said, though, all of this is subjective change. It's still V1 of beta. They might end up reworking her. I don't fucking know what they did for Alhaitham. 07 V1 Alhaitham. I miss you. And changing how her teams behave. But yeah, one other important thing is that we have had reliable leaks for the new endgame mode, and it seems like the sus leak that said that we start without energy was actually real. And that fucks over so many teams. including a lot of teams where the carry isn't burst reliant because the supports are, like Mawika, for example. Mawika teams are very reliant on your Seatlali burst. Without the Seatlali burst, you're not melting your shit. And getting your full energy on Seatlali from 0 is rough. Escoffier's team, or sorry, SKIRK's teams are going to be Escoffier teams. Escoffier teams with, Escoffier, Farina, and then Flex. While Escoffier and Farina do want to use their burst, you want to use Escoffier's burst for the fanfare from Farina's burst, and skipping fanfare on your first rotation isn't that big of a deal because you're starting from full HP, so you're not healing from the burst anyways. What that means is skipping Farina burst on the first rotation isn't that, like, it doesn't punish you that much compared to skipping like Bennett burst or skipping Seatlali burst. And then your last slot, there's quite a few of them that are not that burst reliant. You can use like TTDS Seatlali, which doesn't even burst at all in this team. You can use Molani, which technically does want to burst, but if you lose it, you lose it. It's not that big of a deal. You can do Yelan, which is burst reliant, so that one would struggle a bit more. We'll talk about Dahlia in a second. You can use Saint-O, but Saint-O's personal damage in these teams isn't that high, so you don't hate going sack, and if you go sack plus the particles from Farina, you're getting your burst from 0 without much of a problem. Anyways, point being, in the new mode where you start with 0 energy, supposedly, SKIRK's teams get punished a lot less than most of the other meta carries. The only other meta carries that get punished as little from starting with 0 energy are like arguably the Chauveur's teams. Maybe the Aggravate teams too. But it's mostly the Electro carries and some of the Pyro carries that do Chauveur's teams. Because Chauveur's herself isn't burst reliant. Mawika can do a decent amount of her job with just the skill. And Bennett ER requirements tend to be really low in those teams. And you can probably fill him up from 0 pretty fucking quickly. And same for Aeon-san. So as long as the carry themselves isn't burst reliant, Verissa, Arlecchino, fine. You're not punished that hard. Anyways, so that's another nice thing for SKIRK. But obviously, in SKIRK's case, starting with 0 energy means you don't get the first rotation bullshit, right? Anyways, we're gonna quickly look at the cons as well. Her C1 is pretty powerful. But it's also kind of sus. So, what do I mean by that? Well, as it turns out, okay, SKIRK gets a lot of damage percent in most of her teams. So her signature set that gives you 75 damage percent is actually worse than Maréchaussée. And with the C1, because it's charge attack damage, which does not get buffed by her signature set, it's even more of a reason to use Maréchaussée. However, if you use a crit rate weapon, you might overcap way too easily with Maréchaussée, because you start at 5%, you get Cryo Resonance, you get Maréchaussée. If you also go for a weapon with 33 crit rate, you're starting at 89. Really hard not to overcap with that. The thing is, even if you're overcapped by like 10%, Maréchaussée is still better if you have her C1. because the C1 is charge attack damage. It's so dumb. It's like the person who designed the artifact set was not in communication with the person who designed the constellations. Everyone who fucking pre-farmed her set, honestly, fuck you, I guess. It's dog shit. It's worse than Marie-José in pretty much every scenario except C0R1. And even then, if you have a Marie-José set that has a very low amount of crit rate and high crit damage and attack percent, your Marie-José might still be better. Anyways. The C1 is 500 motion value every time you absorb a Void Rift. Generally, you absorb 3 Void Rifts at the start, then 3 Void Rifts in the middle, and that's it. But with the C1, because it makes absorbing Void Rifts very good, you might change your rotations a little bit and add 1 more charge attack at the cost of 1 less normal attack, so that you end up absorbing your Void Rifts when there's 3 on the field without... or so that you can absorb your Void Rifts at the end of your rotation. And then you'll generate 3 more during your setup. So you end up getting 7 to 8 Void Rifts absorbed, which is 3,500 to 4,000 additional motion value on top of the little bit under 10k that she gets by default. So it's like a 30+% personal damage increase. At default at C0, it'll depend on the team exactly, but she's generally doing between 50 and 60% of the team DPS. In the Yelan version, I have her at around 50. In the Moda version, I have her at around 60. So it'll increase your team DPS by 20-ish %. Maybe a bit less. Depending on how many Void Rifts you absorb. If you do the Quick Swap playstyle, where you hold E into burst, you only absorb Void Rifts once per rotation, and there's nothing else you can do. Because the only things that absorb Void Rifts are charge attack during skill, burst during skill, and hold skill. If you don't tap skill, the only one of these 3 things that happen is the hold skill. And that's once per rotation. C2 makes your skill generate 12 more and increases the upper limit for Serpent Subtlety additional points being counted by 12, so it doubles the additional damage you get. In other words, instead of a little bit under 6,000, it'll be around 9,000. Also, she gets 60 damage % if you decide to do for the normal attack playstyle. I think the biggest thing is that right now, the Quick Swap playstyle is a bit weaker. So, and the C2 is better for the Quick Swap playstyle than it is for the normal attack playstyle because she's already pretty saturated in damage %. 60% damage is still pretty, like, it's alright. But it's not as much of an increase as the 12 more points being counted or for the burst playstyle. Overall, it's alright. And you got skill levels, then fucking 50% attack, I guess, and burst levels, and then fucking season, whatever. For early con stuff, C1 or R1 can be more valuable depending on the situation, but it depends a lot on your artifact, because R1 is not nearly as good with Marie-José. If you already have a good Marie-José, you don't have a good signature set for her, R1 is probably dog shit for you. But if you don't have that great of a martial say, you started playing in Natlin, for example, and you never got around to farming a lot of martial say, and you like SKIRK, so you've been farming her set since it came out, then you might get a lot more value from the C1 because, or from the R1, because the C1 is worse with the signature set, right? Anyways, as a general rule though, from what I've looked at, it seems like the amount of team DPS you get from her C1 and her R1 is pretty similar to what you get from C1 Escoffier or C1 Farina. So if you're going to be playing a SKIRK team, the ways in which you can increase your team DPS through going for constellations are very varied. You should just go for whichever banner is better overall. Maybe there's a weapon banner that has a good alternative weapon. Maybe Farina ends up running with fucking Eonson and Jala. And the value of the rest of the banner is going to matter a lot more for a team like this, because there's very little difference between each individual constellation. Anyways, other than that, a couple additional quick things. You can go Blizzard Sprayer on her, but she seems to be a bit more single target focused, so you're probably going to play her in boss content a lot, and if you're playing her in boss content, Blizzard Sprayer is pretty ass. So I generally stick to either Maliciously or her signature set. However, if you go for her Sig and her C1, Vermilion actually becomes pretty damn close, because her Sig makes Maliciously worse, and her C1 makes her signature set worse. So yeah, there's that. I'm still not entirely sure how good Desert Pavilion Chronicle, the Wanderer set, is going to be, because we still don't have any footage of attack speed's impact on her combos. But it will at least be a decent option, and it might actually be a competitive option at C1R1 when you rule out Marichal C and her Sig set. People might think about Echoes. Echoes is dog shit on her. Echoes is a flat amount of motion value that averages at about 35 more motion value on each hit. When your hits are already doing fucking 388.7 times 1.7, that means that Echo's 4-piece is increasing your damage by 5%. Like, yeah. Let's keep it real right now, okay? Echoes is dog shit. Echoes is good on bad characters. That's how it is, alright? You gotta accept that, okay? Echoes is designed to be good on bad characters. SKIRK is not a bad character. Other artifact sets that I've looked at. Glad. Glad is fine on her. Artifact sets have gotten pretty power crept, so nowadays Glad is a lot worse, just in terms of total amount of stats you get from it. But it's not awful. Right? Glad is like... I mean, compared to Marital Say, it's a pretty noticeable drop. But compared to her signature set, Glad is like 6-7% behind. So if you have a really good Glad and you don't want to bother farming for an additional set on her, you don't have to. But yeah. And oh yeah, also, I guess I haven't mentioned this already. Her signature weapon Medium base attack 608, 33.1% crit rate substat, 12% attack after using a skill, which is a generic thing, and then for SKIRK only. So when the character has 0 energy, an additional 24% attack and 40 crit damage. So for SKIRK, this is 48% attack and 40 crit damage. It's a big stat stick. Because she's so saturated on damage percent and can't really use Bennett or Eon-san, attack percent is about as valuable as damage percent on her. Depending on your build, you might even potentially consider attack percent Goblet in some situations. Which means that this is effectively the equivalent of more than 40 damage percent and 40 crit damage. Mist Splitter is 40 damage percent and that's it. She can get all the stacks on Mist Splitter, but honestly, it's not that good. Mist Splitter is honestly not even that much better than Finale of the Deep, the craftable free-to-play. Mist Splitter is a fucking 2.x weapon. Weapons have gotten power crept a decent amount since then. Including 4-star weapons, which means the gap between 4 and 5-star weapons, new 4-stars and old 5-stars, is pretty small. Yeah, that pretty much does it for my first impression on SKIRK. Tune in for the pre-release if you want more elaborated thoughts. Now, we can talk about this fucking abomination of a character. Oh boy. Dahlia is bad, okay? But the worst thing, the thing that is that Dahlia is bad but usable. Dahlia is the sort of bad that is like, there's very little reason to decide to put Dahlia on your team unless you absolutely need a shielder. The thing is, this weapon's really fucking good, man. Alright, 40 damage percent and 32 CV is fucking insane. Alright, assuming you're not overcapped, let me open up an issue sheet. Assuming you're not overcapping on crit because of the passive, it's like 2% behind Mist Splitter. Alright, this weapon, if you fulfill the requirement for it, is actually really good. On characters who do only normal and charge attack damage, like SKIRK is. And Dahlia is a shielder that does not disable SKIRK's passive, which is honestly the only fucking reason for his existence, okay? Let's look at his kit. Elemental skill. A whole lot of fucking yapping just to say it does 400 motion value and that's it. You use it for the 3 particles that it gives because, as it turns out, his shield scales with HP, not attack, but his damage scales with attack, so this will do 0 fucking damage. It does damage once after a delay. Cool. His burst also does damage once and then gives you a shield. And the shield has some special mechanics where when it breaks, it gets regenerated instantly. And the amount of times that can trigger at baseline is dependent on stacks, and he gets stacks when your party members do normal attacks or trigger frozen. And it can trigger up to 5 times. Basically, he's got a resistance to interruption plus mini shield. Kind of like Baiju, but that does not get countered by back-to-back hits. As long as you're not getting hit more than 6 times per rotation. More importantly, even when the shield breaks, it gets regenerated instantly, which means that you do not lose the Calamity of Eshu passive. When I tell you that Dahlia's whole fucking purpose is enabling this weapon, I mean it, okay? Because as it turns out, SKIRK has an insanely high amount of resistance to interruption. She's not gonna get staggered. So she doesn't need a shield. She doesn't need resistance to interruption. The only purpose of the fucking shield is to enable this weapon. Anyways, his passives, okay, get more stacks of like regenerating the shield when you trigger frozen. Wow, cool, whatever. And gain attack speed based on his max HP. It caps out at 35,000. Up to 15% attack speed. 15% is not a very large number. C1, he gets 10 additional, or 10 energy refund over his burst duration. C2, shield gets a little stronger. C3, burst gets a little stronger. C4, burst lasts 3 more seconds. From 12 to 15. C5, skill talent level, complete dog shit and worthless. C6, an additional 10% attack speed and a one-time revive if you die while the burst is active. Basically, his constellations don't do shit until C6. C6 is 10% attack speed. That's how you gotta think about this character. For comparison, looking at another HP scaling shielder. Zhongli's shield is 22% max HP plus 2500. So it's about 5 times bigger than this. Plus, it's a Geo Shield, so it's 1.5 times as effective against every element. So it's actually 7.5 times bigger. That being said, you can get Dahlia's shield to refresh 6 times. Or 5 times, for a total of 6. So the total amount of shielding Dahlia provides isn't that far behind Zhongli. But you will take damage through that. Like, some damage can go through your shield. Right, if you do end up managing to get 35,000 HP, right, 5% of that is... what? Fucking... 1750? Plus 500? 2300-ish? Usually when you get hit, it's for more than that. So the attack will go through and deal damage to you, but it won't remove your shield because you'll instantly generate another one. Basically, Dahlia is really bad at preventing chip damage. But he's helpful at preventing one-shots and maintaining a shield for things that have having a shield trigger condition. Like Calamity of Eshu, like retracing Bolide, for the people that, for some reason, have a really good retracing Bolide set. You can use that on SKIRK too. Fuck it. 40% damage is okay. But yeah. Basically, Dahlia is a shielder Good at chip, bad at one-shots. No, because this doesn't actually prevent chip damage, because chip damage is something that if you take enough chip damage, you'll die unless you have a healer, right? With a shielder like Zhongli, chip damage doesn't matter because it doesn't break your shield. With a shielder like Dahlia, chip damage does matter, and you'll die to it eventually. But basically, taking consistent damage with Dahlia when you have a healer, which you should if you're playing Dahlia, because if you're playing Dahlia, it's because you pulled for SKIRK, because Dahlia is probably going to be on her banner, and if you pulled for SKIRK without getting Escoffier first, you're an idiot, okay? You know what you are. So you have Escoffier, and Escoffier heals a lot for your active character. Anyways. But yeah, Dahlia basically just gives you shield trigger condition and a bit of attack speed. Still remains to be seen exactly how much value you get from attack speed. For now, I've been assuming 2 more attacks on SKIRK, but I don't know exactly how it lines up. I'll talk about that more in the pre-release. But yeah, that pretty much does it for the first impressions. Boy, is Dahlia dog shit. And SKIRK is looking pretty good, but incredibly reliant on Escoffier. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you learned a thing or two. And yeah, do all the YouTube stuff. Subscribe if you want to make sure you don't miss out on the pre-release. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Let me notify the editors. Recorded. First impressions on SKIRK plus Dahlia. Should make a tier list for who becomes better or worse with the energy restrictions in the New Abyss. No one becomes better. It's just a matter of how much worse they become. But sure, we could do that. I don't mind. Molani time. Molani with Malika, sure. But even then, I think people underestimate Molani's burst. Anyways, almost entirely unaffected. Workable. Annoying. Painful. Cooked. Where is he? Okay. So, let's get started. SKIRK, Varissa, Arlecchino, behind, sure. Where is she? Kenichi, Emily? No. Kenichi gets fucked. Because Kenichi himself doesn't get fucked. Emily herself doesn't get fucked. Moika doesn't get fucked. Bennett. This is not a Chevreuse team where you get a fucking 5 Chevreuse proc, 5 Chevreuse skill you can funnel into Bennett. Your energy is cooked on him. Anyways, let's put a row below where you can just group everything, and then we'll, yeah. So Diluc, I guess National, Lee, Internet, Melt Ganyu, Tao. Do we put Ellen almost entirely unaffected because her burst is dog shit and it doesn't matter? No, I think that's too mean. I guess we can use Nahida for Hyperloom teams. Or look, it's affected because the Raiden carrying her starts with no burst. But that doesn't matter because you don't use Raiden's burst in the best Ella team with C0 Raiden. The only burst you really care about here is Singto, but because Singto's personal damage in this team isn't that high, you don't mind giving him sack and a bit overboard on ER. So this is actually a team that doesn't get affected that much by starting with 0 energy. Let's have Escoffier as a stand-in for like the like mono hydro slash freeze quick swap teams that don't have a dedicated carry. Am I missing anyone? Sino, Sethos, Tilthnari, Ayato. Sure, fine. Fischl? What would the Fischl team be? Like, Fischl is like in Arlecchino teams, and Fischl's a character that doesn't get affected by it that much, but like, yeah. Like, the amount that she gets fucked by the thing matters, or depends on which team she's on, and all the teams she's on are already here. So me for Mono Hydro, I'm sure. Alright. So, Diluc teams are going to be the plunge teams, and the plunge teams completely cooked. Completely cooked. Starting with 0 energy. National teams. You're kind of cooked too. It's not as cooked as these though. Because you go a little overboard on energy on Singto, going sack, and you open your setup with a Guoba for +4 free particles, and it's not completely unworkable. It's going to be painful though. Klee teams are generally the Monohydro teams, or stuff with Farina or with Siglali. It's not too bad. Klee can front load particle generation with her double skill. Probably goes in annoying. Internet is going to be even worse than normal Nat. Goes in cooked. Meld Ganyu. I mean, it depends on which supports you use, but you generally don't generate particles in your uptime. So if you can generate particles from your setup in a normal rotation, you can generate enough particles from 0 when you start at 0. So it's probably workable. She'll get affected by it a bit, but you're probably delaying your first rotation by like somewhere between 5 and 10 seconds. It won't be too bad. Hu Tao is reliant on Singto and Yelan burst, or like Singto and Farina burst. Yelan and Farina burst, whatever. She's reliant on the burst of your units. And she does actually get punished for going overboard on ER on them. Because they represent a large portion of the team DPS. But if you're doing the Shilonen version, you can open with a Shilonen E with a Fav proc and battery it into whichever needs the energy the most between your 2 hydros, and then do like a, I don't know, Yelan E, and you're just delaying your first rotation by 10 seconds. Maybe you do Yelan E before, and it's not too bad. So it probably goes in annoying. Hello. I mean, yeah, she gets fucking cooked, obviously. Ayaka. Okay, unironically, Ayaka does not get as cooked as you might expect. Because you actually get a lot of particles during your setup with Ayaka. If you open your setup with Ayaka's skill, which is what you're supposed to do in a lot of situations anyways, into Shenhe's skill, or Shenhe's skill into Ayaka's skill, Farina's damage in Ayaka, Shenhe, SKIRK teams is fucking insignificant. So she's on Fav, and you can build ER Sands way too much ER, no problem. You don't really get punished. So then you just open your setup like that, with Shenhe skill into Ayaka skill, then do like N2C twice on Ayaka, and then you start your setup on Farina. Farina EQ, SKIRK EQ, then Shenhe EQ, and then Ayaka. Usually you open your setup with Shenhe, but you do that so that you stagger your skill, the time when you need to use your skill. So you get a second Shenhe skill before the first swap, before the Ayaka burst, and you'll be fine on energy. Basically, you're slightly changing the shape of your rotation, but it only ends up getting delayed by like 5 seconds. So it probably goes unworkable. Yoimiya goes in painful. Well, it depends, actually. The Shovelers Yoimiya teams go in workable. Because unlike Arlecchino and Veresa, she doesn't open her rotation by generating particles. And unlike Chlorinde, she actually does want to be used with Bennett. But I guess not necessarily. There's also the fucking just skip the Bennett entirely Yoimiya team, but it's whatever. But anyways, in the Vate teams, her ER requirements on the Hydro units are fucking insanely high. 250 ER Yelan, and yeah, it's cooked. It's so cooked. Anyways. Raiden, a lot of her particle generation is from the burst itself. So if you start at 0 without a burst, you lose out on that energy generation. So you're gonna have to build a lot more ER on her. Otherwise, things are gonna be painful as fuck. Ito also goes in painful. God, it's gonna be awful. Raiden has like 300 ER anyways. Yeah, that's because she needs 300 ER. You're starting from 0 energy on Raiden. It takes a fucking while to build up the burst. Anyways, Nahida is a stand-in for Hyperloom teams. Hyperloom teams almost entirely unaffected. Your Hydro units are affected by it, but because Hyperloom teams have so much of their damage coming from the Hyperloom, needing to build more ER on your Hydro units does not affect your team DPS by that much. Ito above Shao, why? Because it's easier to fit more favs in Ito's teams. How? Everyone in Ito's teams can go fav. It's hard to justify fav on Xianyun for Shao. Or on Bennett. Anyways. Lenny. Probably goes in annoying. I'd say. I'll hype them. Probably workable. Your first rotation will do a bit less damage, but you can do a functional first rotation without your bursts. You're just gonna accept not having some of your buffs. But he's not gaining as much from buffs as a lot of other characters are, so skipping the buffs isn't as big of a deal. Wanderer. My god, you're cooked. I guess it's probably more in painful. You just delay your first rotation by like 10 seconds by opening with Farazan's skill charge shot into another skill charge shot when it's off cooldown. Nilo is almost entirely unaffected. Neuvillette, it's workable, but it is a bit annoying. It's just a Farina that's a little annoying. But the rest is fine. Yeah, this doesn't mean that Nilo's actually good in this mode. Don't get me wrong. I'm just talking about how much they get affected by the energy bullshit. Risley goes unworkable. Because Risley is now just a fucking wheelchair user for Escoffier. And Escoffier teams are workable. Navia. It's kind of annoying for Navia. You're decently burst reliant. Gaming is completely cooked, man. My god, this character sucks when you start with no energy. Jesus Christ, it's awful. Milani is workable. Not unaffected, but it's workable. Kenichi is annoying because your particle generation is just low. So your attack buffer generally just fucking, yeah, stands there for a minute to get your energy. Chaska probably goes in annoying too. You can probably make it work. Skip the Farina Burst first rotation. IER Eon-san plus Chevreuse, no problem. Or what else can you do? You can do, I mean, you can do the fucking Escoffier bullshit. Isn't that burst reliant? You got a few options where you don't get completely fucked. No overload for the first rotation? It doesn't matter. Oh no, I won't get a 40% attack buff on my Eon-san. Sucks. Doesn't really matter. Because Chaska doesn't get the attack buff. Anyways, Malika! It's workable. It's actually a booking angle with Malika, though. You kind of have to book Citlali's skill, otherwise your timing on Malika off-field app with Citlali does not line up well anymore, and you miss your melt. You either have to book or know how to deal with the timing and like do it manually. Does Malika start with 0 fighting spirit? Yeah. So you need Chilona, basically. Also, Chilona doing one more Night Soul Burst is really, really good for Citlali ER requirements. Because you got one more Night Soul Burst before you swap to Citlali. It's +6 energy. Anyways, SWTs for like the fucking freeze quick swap stuff. It's workable. Sino teams. Entirely cooked. My god. Sethos teams. Painful but workable. Nutty teams. Really don't get punished that much, right? Really goes unworkable. Ayato. Workable. Yai. Workable. Kogomi. Workable. Probably what I'd do. Why is Kogomi here? I don't know. People wanted Kogomi. Alright. Could you calcs for SKIRK, Sitlali, Escoffier, Mona with hold EQ? The biggest problem with that is that TTDS cooldown doesn't line up with a 15-second rotation you'd be able to do otherwise. Probably won't be that good. But you're making me curious about with Farina, similar team that does 15-second rotations. You just fucking use a Farina E every 2 rotations. First carry finale. So where instead of Nevillet, you go for a support. I feel like you'd rather go Molani than Sitlali, right? Might as well look at Mona then, right? Mona ER Rex might be too high though. Let's take a look. So Escoffier, Farina, Mona. 4. This is reachable. But it's probably a Fab Escoffier angle, right? Yeah, it is. That's fine. Damage percent is gonna be like 250 for this. And we get all the Omen damage percent, yeah. Escoffier gets also 250. And gets about half the Omen damage percent. Farina also gets 250 and about half the Omen damage percent. Farina is now on 5. Five. No more of this. No more of this. And Nevilette damage is gone. Instead we get Mona damage, which I'm too lazy to calc again, so I'll just fucking copy the number. Fucking 2400. Okay. TOM is better on Farina. And we have Noblesse on Mona. This is C0 Mona. Finale, Burst, Mona. Finale, Burst, Mona, C4 plus. We actually get the full value here. This gets about 20%. Same for this. Quick swap, Mona. Quick swap, Mona, C4 plus. Quick swap Mona is about as good as quick swap Nevilette. Oh. Okay. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not pissed off seeing that. Will Mona have less Omen against bosses? It depends. Some bosses are immune to stagger, so the Omen just doesn't pop. So you get, like, full uptime on it. This is honestly not that far behind, though. And the damage is a lot more front-loaded, I guess. Well, it's not, but it kind of is. Like, technically, we could actually spend our time on someone else after we burst here. Like, we've got some physical normal attacks on someone. Ooh, maybe carry Mona. Wait. Mona's constellations are useful for her on field, aren't they? Pause. C6 fucking dive bomb Mona. Thoughts? Thoughts? We can increase the team DPS by like 5,000. Huge. Charge attack spam Escoffier? I don't fucking know, man. Maybe you just use Molani just so that you have someone you can spend time on. Maybe that's the play. How many chomps can you get? Let me do a setup for the first 3 units of the team and see how much time I can spend before 12 seconds. Where's this good here? I'll get a fucking shielder just in case. Child moments, true. No. Okay, so I'll start at 55. And I have until 43. But I can do 2. Probably should have just done the 2 normal attacks into the burst instead of normal attack, burst, normal attack. Okay, let's see how this is. Okay, so um okay. How cooked are the ER requirements? Milani is 4, right? That's 4.5. Yeah, we're kind of cooked on ER, huh? That's a yikers. That's 40% ER from subs. That's 40% ER from subs. That's trivial with 5 plus ER sands. So, ER sands on this. 40% in subs. Let's say you lose 3 rolls of crit for that. 4. Maybe 4 rolls of crit, actually. Yeah. Okay. Where the fuck is Mwalani? Oh no. Okay, it's not better than normal attack with Milani, but it's about as good, man. Aw, fucking hell, dude. Man! We're cooked, chat. Okay, you know what? That's enough for today, man. I'm fucking... Ugh. Let's pause the day 1 first impressions on SKIRK here. She's a goose on the loose. Yes, she is. That's a good title, editors. Thank you, Sam. Alright, as usual, you can find it through YouTube. It helps more with the algorithm. If you're too lazy, I understand. Here's a link. Go watch it. Leave a like, comment, subscribe. Tomorrow we'll do more SKIRK TC because 10 hours today was not enough. We're gonna have some more to do. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.